You know, it's an important week. It is a very, very important week. Because this week is going to be the 5-year Twitch anniversary. 5 years, man. That's this Friday, actually. The adventure is almost ready. The Astral Knight is almost ready. A couple of other things are almost ready. So I'm getting lancy about it. You know, I kind of just wanted to be Friday already, but good to see you guys. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for another amazing week. Yep. No distractions. Only dedicated work. Just getting projects done. Zero memes. And I won't try and relearn how to draw anime. So, good morning, Sleepy. Good to see you, Atari. What's going on, Conk? Good to see you, bro. What's up, Garthen? No D&D last week. Good news, D&D rescheduled to today. Well, there you go. There you go. Easy clap, right? Right? It's fine. You just play today. Yeah. No issue. Good to see you, Jacob. Good to see you, Cass. Good to see you guys. Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Maggie? What's up, Maggie? And good to see you, Fox. Thank you for the 100 bits. Holy shit. Jesus, man. That's goddamn, bro. Goddamn. Congrats on the 5 years streaming anniversary Friday. Thank you, Rogues. I appreciate that. Yep, it's a big milestone, honestly. I didn't think that I'd make it this far, if I'm being honest. I really did. I really didn't think that I would be still streaming after 5 years. So, yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be dope. I'm looking forward to it. I also did a whole bunch of adventure stuff over the weekend, so I think we're ready to go. I think I could drop the adventure today as it is for the beta, and I think it would be at the very least playable, reasonable, whatever, you know. So I gotta try and balance things up a little bit and make sure everything is good. The only thing I'm kind of uncertain about still are the encounters. That's really something that's going to need a lot of beta testing, a lot of input, because right now a lot of the encounters are, I feel, potentially undertuned for a group of 4 people, you know? And if I'm being honest, I think that spending time making sure the game is tuned for, you know, a group of 4 to 5 is like good. But ultimately, probably not the best use of my time if I have to, you know, go deep into the tank to try and figure out what the average. I wish there was something that we could just use. You know, I wish that there was something like CR that was like a useful sort of track in the modern day that you can kind of make encounters off of. Because I'm trying to take all of the just honest experience I've built for adventure making and put it into Horizon. So there's a lot of like, you know, dialogue. There's a lot of like things that probably aren't very standard for adventures. That's totally fair. There's a lot of like, here's an idea, go do some heavy lifting with it kind of thing for DMs. But the one thing that I think that is really hard for me to do is write mechanics, because if I'm just being honest and I'm writing encounters the way I want to write them, I think I would frustrate a lot of DMs, because I'd say things like, this encounter is supposed to be difficult, so make it difficult. Design enemies that are make the encounter difficult. You know, that doesn't really work for a lot of people. That's kind of stressful for, I think, a lot of DMs to hear. Is this general kind of like, figure it out on your own kind of thing, right? But we'll see. We'll see if the greater DM crowd has a problem with it, or if it's something they can kind of manage around with my shitty stats that I put in for... There's also kind of like some different effects and stuff, mechanics, because I'm really taking a lot of inspiration for the encounters from like, I don't know, video games and things like that to try and make D&D combat a little more fun. I think that there's maybe this like weird kind of artificial adherence to D&D combat being like really boring. And we talked about this a little bit last week, and I was thinking about it in the back of my mind when I was building some encounters and making sure that some of the stats were kind of written out. I feel like there's like kind of like a... I added a new system I added kind of like legendary actions, if that's the best way of putting it, to like almost every creature. So I gave them encounter powers, right? I gave them encounter powers, more or less, so that even your little mobs, they can like once per encounter basically do something and blow up, I don't know, this like this sphere of abyssal darkness or whatever next to them, and then that's like extra damage is something to worry about and something to put on the battle map and whatnot. I don't know, just dumb things like that. But there's not really a lot of that built into D&D 5th Ed. What's up, dude? Oh shit, 5 years, Vixie, 5 years. That's right. Yeah, that'll be this Friday. So actually, Vixie, the stream, the 5-year stream is next Friday. Is this Friday coming up here? But the actual affiliate anniversary was last Friday. Okay, but don't tell anybody that. I just didn't have stuff ready and I wanted to push it back a week. But actually, the 5-year anniversary was more like a month ago when I first started streaming, I guess, on Twitch-ish. But actually, the 5-year anniversary was last November, after BlizzCon would normally be, for a 1/2 of 1 hour stream. That was my first ever stream on Twitch. So I always do my 5-year anniversary as when I got affiliated, because that's really when I took it seriously. I think the week leading up to when I tried to do the whole thing of streaming was it. Hello, entities. Hello, hi. Wait, what? Am I being cursed? Fuck. Do I have to pass that on to 3 other fucking streamers, or else I can't look my face in the mirror? I mean, thank you for the tier 3 entities. I appreciate that. Which, by the way,
Camisiparus Subducer, my favorite RPG starter weapon.
Oh shit. Okay. Thanks, Daria. Hold up. New meta this week. Hold up. First of all, entities, thank you for the tier 3. Hopefully this month I will get my plus program bonus sub thing. I'm really excited about that because I think that it might happen this May. So Twitch will just decide that I get more of my sub split. So I really appreciate it. Seriously, the support, March, April, and now May has been unreal. And who would have thought? Who would have thought that Twitch would give me more than 50% of my subs? So that tier 3 sub is 6% of the bar filled up all by yourself, and that means a lot. So thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, what is this? Wait. What is this meta of the day? Hold on. Hold up. What is this meta? Wait, what do we got?
Visitors, how exciting.
Yeah, what's up, Say? You're here just in time for the meta. Thank you for the raid, Say. I appreciate it. What's up, dude? How was stream? I didn't check in on you at all today. I'm sorry. What's going on? How was you? All right, the meta for the day is the Hinoki Cypress. If the meta are Japanese trees, we could do a lot worse. This is a great tree. We could also do a lot better. Japan has some insane trees. But I'm going to rate this a solid like 8.6, I think. That's a great first addition to the meta for the week, Aduria. Damn, bro. Holy shit. Good shit, man. Thanks for the 100 bits. Thanks for the rates, I appreciate it. Stream was chill. How far are you through your portrait? How far are you? What's the update? If you guys aren't following Say's an amazing streamer and often somewhere where I hang out in the morning before my own stream if I have time to do warm-ups. Today I absolutely did not, so I was just not anywhere until literally right now. I haven't warmed up. I haven't done shit in like 2 days, so what does Horizon start at? Gotta prep my players. So Horizon starts at level 1. Starts at level 1. It says level 1 to 3, but realistically, it's more or less a 1 to 2 adventure, and then you end at level 3. So the last battle with the last guys, I guess, depending on how much you want to spoil yourself, levels you up to 3. If you want as a DM to have your players ready and leveled up to 3 before then, you do some extra combat, some extra encounters. That's totally reasonable too. You just have to tweak the count a little bit. Cause I know a lot of people don't want to start at level 1, but I wanted Horizon to start at level 1 and be your introduction to Eldara, right there. There's gonna be like a non-canon, canon, whatever level 0 thing at some point in time, but we're not gonna worry about that right now. Good morning, Cal. Good to see you, bro. Mixing it up with Cyrus, the villain from Shion. Sinnoh. There's no H in that. Sinnoh. Ooh, forgot about that. What's up, Carthen? I was working on a skin for 3D can of soda to drop on my head as a hydrate. I see. You know what, man? You VTubers have way too much fun with your streams. There's all that kind of stuff, you know? All that kind of stuff I wish I could do. I'm like envious. I'm inspired, I guess. Is that a salad? It was a salad, yes, Jacob. That not a tree, but in fact a salad. I've also not done shit in 2 days. Well, I did a lot of like work for the Horizon, but I haven't made any art in like 2 days. I was just writing. I was doing things, man. I've been busy. I'm trying to like. I also played some World of Warcraft yesterday. I'm trying to de-stress. You know, trying to just like chill out a little more. You know, not get overwhelmed by anything. And you know what? I think it's been going well. I think I've been doing it a little bit better. You know, I'm taking some time in the evenings and trying to relax, trying to calm, trying to chill. So you know. Maybe I'm finding a new balance, man. My friend made the can, and everyone of our group has their own. Friend has Cloak Zero, another has something on. Wait, what? Another has some kind of root beer?
Evan,
what? Oh, Oink root beer. I see.
I propose moose
I see.
in the app.
Mm-hmm. Your meta is little beans? Wait, what do you mean your meta is a little bit? But there's no my. Oh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. I like. There we go. It censored the link, right? All right, what's this meta? That's not a tree though. What do you mean, bro? This isn't a tree. The meta is trees. On the Japanese tree scale, I'm gonna give it like a 1.
Hey, Evan,
come on, man.
There is no use fighting. I'm immune
come on,
to
bro.
The
the fuck? Thanks, Son of Pet Entities. I appreciate it. Dr. Aegon. Oh, it had a period in it, didn't it? That's why it censored it as a link. I see. I wish I got to see the links. Like Twitch just censors it for everybody. But I wish that like I could see the link and censored it for chat or whatever. Because like I'm not dumb enough to click a link from a first time chatter or whatever. I'm actually really not dumb enough to click a link from fucking anybody at this point in time. Not because I think that any of my long-term subs have any kind of like a scam bullshit whatever link, but just because most of probably what my chat would link would be stupid. So really, Twitch, I mean, like I don't need that link suppression for me. That's more of a thing for protecting the little peepos in chat, you know? The meta is little beans. The meta is trees. What are you talking about? What do you mean, bro? Aduri already set the meta today. Yeah, what? What? Now it's changing? 2 daily metas, 1 for Maduria, 1 for entities. Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know if I can keep it with 2 metas. I think I can probably only keep it with 1. So, is that why you haven't looked at chat combination instructions I sent you /joking? Oh, I did actually. It wanted me to use Restream. It wanted me to go through Restream. From what I found on that Reddit post, basically everyone was saying use the service Restream. And Restream's fine, but it's not what I eventually want to do, because Restream would like directly stream whatever I'm streaming out into the ether. It would directly stream to the same canvas. And what I'm trying to figure out how to do is to get 2 different canvases for different canvases for different stream outputs. And Restream doesn't let you do that. It only lets you do 1 horizontal and maybe a vertical canvas, I think. I'm not quite sure exactly how, but I don't think so. So I looked at it this weekend and I couldn't find anything on there that had any kind of like, combine whatever thing chatbot that posted and cross-posted and whatever. So I don't know. It's not a bad idea. I might switch to Restream if I have to. If I can't get an upgraded GPU that can do the heavy lifting, but we'll see, man. We'll see. Maybe.
Hey chat, I
Mhm.
can't believe it's finally happening.
What's happening?
We're all excited for
Yes.
this Friday, right?
I'm excited.
This Friday when Evan does the big stream.
Mm.
Yeah, the big Bannical Law stream.
Ooh, God, did you? Well, did you guys hit the goal for May? Is yeah, there's a little bit goal down there. That's for May. That's for the 5090 GPU. So if you hit that, then likely I'll get partnered, right? Because if you have a good graphics card, you get partnered. And I said I'd do the Bionicle lore stream when I got during my partnered subathon. So, hey, you know, fucking chop. Let's get to it. Let's get this shit going, bro. You want some Bionicle bullshit? Yeah. Well, hey, look, dude. I said I'd do it during my partnered subathon. So, Do you want to click the YouTube link? That is totally not a Rickroll. Yeah, honestly, I think the best way to handle a lot of troll links or things like that is just to pretend you don't understand the joke, because it makes people feel really dumb, right? Which is funny to me, really. So I have to have my own enjoyment here. Now I can't bother you about that anymore. I'll find something else, right? Yeah. I mean, I still don't know everything about Restream and how it works, but it seems like it's not what I want to eventually do, but it's better than what I'm currently doing. So the issue is, do I want to settle on a subpar solution that's better than what I currently have, which is Restream, or do I want to try and go for the best solution? And I don't know what to do right now, so I'm still just kind of rolling it the way it is. I have 2 chat windows. YouTube chat doesn't show up that often, but that's not the biggest deal, you know. So we've hit the big goals so many times, Evan, including the calendar twice and Sexy Withers like 3 times, right? And they've all been for different things, right? Hey man, it's not some arbitrary goal. Now I have work to do for it this summer, man. There's going to be some heinous art. I might even just learn how to draw anime again this summer, right? My fucking Twitter is now VTuber Twitter, so God, maybe I should make an offering to them. Dare Bionicle lore stream, the Lego Bionicle? Yes, Rogue. There's been a desperate desire to have me watch 6 hours of Bionicle lore videos, to which I agreed to do on my partnered subathon. So when I get partnered on Twitch, that's when I'll do it. So, once you get partnered, you're doing the Bionicle lore stream. I already said that. We already added it to the. Listen, man, if you guys can't keep track of what promises I've made for the partnered subathon, I'm certainly not going to. So if somebody in chat's not going to keep track of that in Discord or whatnot, then hey, you know, it might not happen, but it's on the list as far as I thought. Whoever was keeping the list. We go full weeb. We might for a week or two. I don't know. I'm doing the VTuber fan art series thing, but I have this like sense in my of, I don't know, the VTubers would prefer something within their art style. So as much as I find it fun to do a little like design studies, I don't know if the VTubers really enjoy you know, my art style. Some of them do, and then that's fair, you know. The cage, like Ashy did. Ashy really liked it, but I get the sense that some of them are kind of like, this is really good, and I wish it was something in my art style that or in like my kind of whatever character style that I could actually use. So I feel a little bit bad for that, you know. Each soda is a parody. Dr. Argon's Dr. Pepper, the Dragon VTuber, Root Boar, Cloak Zero, Demonade. Ooh, I see. It's fun. I'm excited to add to my redeems. That's cool. That's kind of fun, actually. I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of all those dumb little like ideas for making VTuber streams more fun. It's like the kind of thing where it's like people knock the idea of playing D&D on a VTT because you're not getting face-to-face connection. Well, I always viewed VTubing as the same thing, right? So although, yeah, do you get the same kind of connection with players over voice Discord and a VTT as you would in person? No. But what you can do with the VTT is do immersive, fun things that allow you to interact with the game in a different way that you couldn't in person. And the same thing I always found with VTubing is that, like, obviously, like, can you connect the same way with a VTuber that you can with a real person? Not quite. But you can do other cool stuff to gamify it, you know, to make it more interesting than it would be, like to take the advantages of it being not a you know, an actual person you can connect with the same way. So things like the redeems and cool stuff like that. It's always kind of fun. I don't know. It's one thing I really like about VTubing. Absolutely both. Remember the Partner Bionicle lore stream and hold you to it. Haven't forgotten. Hey, listen, man. As soon as it happens, I don't fucking know how far I am off. I ain't doing a partner push. I ain't doing some dramatic fucking announcement of I'm gonna do a partner push. I don't have enough people on Twitch that I know that would help me out with that. So listen, that might not ever happen, man. Your lore stream might just be a fart in the wind. Who knows, bro? Right? You have a different experience with a book than a movie, even if they're the same story. Yeah, exactly. And so so the medium of losing that one-on-one sort of like person-to-person connection that you get from seeing a real person, you gain access to the entire digital world of, you know, fun, cool ass shit you can do, which is kind of the part of the charms of doing something in an animated medium. And I think the VTubing is best when VTubing is at its best when it is highlighting that and utilizing that, and it's at its worst when it's a simple stand-in for a real person. I've always thought that that's kind of a thing that good VTubers versus, like, you know, maybe less involved VTubers always make use of that kind of that additional, what do we call it, experience of the digital age or whatever. I don't know, man. But anyway, so next Friday, this Friday is next Friday. This Friday, we need to make a poster for it. I think today, towards the end of stream, we're going to do that. But I have a little bit of paladin painting we need to finish. We need to finish today, and then we're going to do some tokens and monsters and things like that. I'm pretty sure, and it's going to be really fun. So I have a couple of maps and battle maps, and as I was doing some like light combat building over the weekend, I realized I'm gonna need some tokens for other things. So, like, for instance, the Abyssals can vomit out this void globule that will explode on impact. It'll roll and explode at the first thing it hits, and if a person dodges it, then it just like explodes behind them, or if it explodes on them, then they're like stuck in this void pool, which will make that square basically uninhabitable for the rest of combat, which will be really fun because I like changing the terrain like that, you know. So I have to do a whole bunch of extra tokens for those kind of things, for things that change the terrain, you know. So we're gonna do a bunch of work for that, maybe, and try and figure out some cool, interesting ways to do combat. Different kind of LARPing makes sense. Playing a person. Yeah, right? VTubers playing TTRPGs have so much childhood trauma they have to disassociate twice as hard. I know, right? Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a VTuber playing TTRPG? Holy shit, dude. My goal for my one stream game that I really want to do is I want to get my VTuber friends together, and I really want to run a game where I have all of them basically isekai'd to the game, from their own stories, right? Because, you know, VTubers have their own lore and background and story and shit like that. And I always think it's very fun to have, you know, it's always very fun to have people playing characters they're very familiar with, and to be a little tongue-in-cheek, but hopefully kind of fun. So, gonna go lock in on your art of Tom Baker. Who the fuck is Tom Baker? But either way, get after it, Conk. Cool void idea, land destruction in D&D. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the things that makes D&D combat more interesting, is that you have certain like elements that will interact with your terrain and interact with your environment, because, you know, we talked this at length last week. Realistically, there's a lot of D&D combat that's kind of boring, and a lot of people don't like it. And I'm trying to take trust my intuitions on things here. So let me explain where I've seen this before and how I've combated it. In D&D, there's a rule set that people almost universally hate. Okay? And that is, if you play D&D and you're familiar, it is a rule called encumbrance. That's right. So it is the amount of weight of items. Okay? So when you pick up some treasure, that you have to add 10 pounds of treasure to your backpack. When you pick up an axe that is a cool additional weapon that you might want to use, you're picking up a 15-pound, I don't know, man. And that's the way the D&D encumbrance works. So you have a carrying capacity that's based off of your strength score. So you can you can figure out how much extra bullshit you can carry, and it's kind of a benefit of being a high strength character. Great. You think it's fine. Most video games have this, right? Or some kind of an inventory management. So in World of Warcraft or Diablo or whatever, Path of Exile, you played a game, I think Elden Ring, maybe, I don't know. You have an issue here with items requiring too much space. Now, what the modern era of D&D players have decided about it is that encumbrance is ultimately a needless mechanic that is just annoying, right? So how do you handle it? A lot of people handle it with bags of holding, portable holes, things like that, right? You'll see Critical Role, lots of games, lots of players, lots of groups. They either have sort of a pseudo bag of holding where it's like, oh yeah, I just keep adding stuff to your inventory, but I'm not gonna make you track it. I'm not gonna make you track how many arrows you have or how much ration you have or how much water you have. That kind of survival mechanic stuff, it just gets in the way of the story of what you really want. You don't want to be worried about doing inventory management. You want to be heroically going off an adventure to slay the vampire queen, or otherwise, you know, you don't know. And that's how they handle it. They give their players a bag of holding, or they just don't give a shit about it. And whenever I have said to people that I use encumbrance in my games, that I enforce it, I get a lot of pushback. I get a lot of people that say something along those lines. Thanks to the Lurk fan City, I appreciate it. They say something along those lines of like, hey, you know, this is not a good system. It's not a good mechanic. I don't want to engage with it. Fuck you, Evan. And you'll say, fair enough. I've never had a player that didn't enjoy it. And I've had players be very skeptical about the system. And my theory about it is that it is a system that is not fun to interact with. And that's the reason why people don't want to do it. So when you have the portable holes, the extra dimensional space everywhere, it just sort of like poofs away any gameplay that has to do with carrying things. What's the problem with that? Well, my theory on games is that challenges that are not satisfying to overcome are not fun. Challenges that are satisfying to overcome are fun, which is kind of funny because I had somebody once tell me like, oh, with encumbrance, you're just adding an unnecessary thing, another unnecessary system to try and overcome until you get back to playing the game. To which I thought long and hard about and reminded them that that's what a game is it's an unnecessary challenge that you are overcoming for some reason. You know, why do we play a game and not tell a story? Well, it's because playing a game is fun. Overcoming challenges, solving puzzles is fun. People just don't find the puzzle or the challenge of encumbrance and storage and inventory and survival fun. And, you know, fair enough, because Wizards, I don't think, has done a very good job. So, in my game, encumbrance is enforced, but I try and allow the players to not just overcome the system, but overcome it and succeed at it in a way that impacts the rest of their game positively. Here's a couple examples. When you, one thing I love doing for especially brand new D&D players is I love giving them a lot of gold from the first adventure. So let's say the first adventure is a kobold cave. You go in there, you slay the kobolds, you come out, huzzah, the town is happy, they pay you 10 gold, right? This is a level 1 baby's first adventure. I would give the kobold king like 10,000 copper, which is 100 gold. Now 100 gold is a lot of money for a level 1 adventure. It's a lot of fucking money, but carrying and moving 10,000 copper is unruly. Like, how do you do it? Right? Or I'd also say that the picks and axes and things that you can find in the Kobold Cave will sell for 5 silver here, a gold there, whatever. And what's fun is seeing how the party sort of figures out how they're gonna like get a mine cart and then do whatever and fill it up with whatever and push back to town, anything like that. It's really fun. And what I'll do later then is I'll give them so they get a bunch of gold and they realize, man, we left a whole bunch of stuff behind there we could have brought back to sell. Why don't we buy a cart and a horse for 30 gold? And then we can go back there, load it all up, and then come back and make 60 gold. You know, and now they have a cart and a horse, and then they upgrade that system as they go to make it better and better and better. They upgrade their carrying capacity, they upgrade their ability to kind of like maneuver through this world of this pseudo survival kind of mechanic with encumbrance and things like this, but always rewarding them to give them the opportunity where if you thought this through and you aren't just adventurers that are waddling around with your backpacks on, but you bring a cart and a horse or a carriage or something like that, that's going to change the way that you adventure and the way that you're going to be able to buy more stuff or carry more things or whatever. And that's going to give you more benefits. All the way up, the system will scale, sort of like a mini game of upgrading your carriage and caravan and camp. So you might upgrade your caravan to being a carriage where you can, rest in the carriage and, sleep inside of its, inside of its safety zone or whatever. You can upgrade your carriage to be able to traverse different and difficult terrain, to be able to get places faster, or overcome a weather system that's really a challenge of the environment. With players for sleeping and for camping, there's a couple things depending on where you are. Being off the ground, so having a bedroll, having some kind of tent to keep the elements off of you, and having some kind of a warmth like a fire or something like that. These are all things that you will need to have in some combination with long rests, like overnight rests. Otherwise, you might suffer penalties if it's cold out during the night because you're in sort of a forest or whatever, and you don't have anything to keep you off the ground or a fire, and you just have a tent. Well, you might take some fatigue then the next day. But if you do overcome these challenges well enough, then you might get an inspiration die the next day. So when you go back to town, you buy not just a bedroll, but the nice bedroll, and you buy the nice tent, and you buy the you do these things, and then you get benefits out of it. D&D doesn't have a system built into that. It doesn't have an upgrading, a tent, a bedroll, a carriage, a mount upgrading system to play with, to allow you to successfully and enjoyably overcome these challenges. It just has the challenge sort of laid into it. And so that's something that I build into my own adventures, is that system. I'm going to actually release my whole entire travel and survival system all at once together, because I was going to do it separate, but I think I'm going to do them together at some point in time here, to allow for the entirety of survival and travel in D&D to be a fun little mini game. Because eventually you might, buy a caravan, you might buy an extra cart that you, and that you have a, at the higher levels, you can buy carts that are also functional shops. So my players picked in the last long game we played, they actually picked a cart that converted out basically into a mobile tavern. It was really cool. And they hired a young couple that they met who had just lost their basically their fortune and their life, and their whole thing burnt down because the evil guys got their way and burnt half the town down. And they're like, what do we do now? And the party said, well, why don't you come along with us, and you can sort of come from town to town, camp to camp with us, and run this mobile tavern, and we'll take obviously a cut of the profits, and you guys can keep the rest and everything. And so they went from town to they went in this little caravan then with these two NPCs that then set up a little mobile bar tavern type things during this period of the game where there was a lot of nomadic travel, so it was pretty common for things like that to happen. And they made some gold, and they made a good investment on that, and they had RP opportunities come up out of it, and they had this whole thing. And then they also hired a couple of guards for their camp so that they could protect the caravan when the players were off adventuring. And so they had to buy another little guard carriage, and they hired 4 guards that really liked them and that they liked, and that they had these characters. And it was this really cool Mass Effect style collecting your NPCs as you go type travel system, and it was really fun. And I think that that's the kind of thing that Wizards kind of doesn't build into it. And so intuitions for how to handle stuff like that, where I was originally going with all this, is that sometimes intuitions for me on how to handle something in D&D is trying to build in a system that doesn't work or doesn't exist. And so for my combat theory, combat isn't interesting in a lot of ways because there aren't things that force you to interact with the environment very well. So there's no repositioning, no getting out of things, no moving into things, no soak mechanics, right? Things like that. And I think that that's kind of stuff that I'm just going to sort of intuitively build into my encounters and design. And I think it'll be really fun. It might not be that balanced, and people will have a problem with it. Core 5th Ed D&D players will have serious problems with this. But I think the 98% of the other player base will actually enjoy it, Seemingly low level problems become fun. Once I had fun where we had to figure out how to transport and house the villagers we saved from the orcs became more fun than the battle itself figuring it out. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff like that, and I think that isn't built into a system in D&D. So when you say encumbrance and travel and stuff like that, a lot of people are kind of, they're groaning. They're like, oh man, no bags of holding, this is awful. And then I tell them about how to progress through the system, and I show them things that they can buy and things that they can do, places they can spend their gold, other paths of progression that lead to satisfying outcomes in the game that aren't just your levels. Because as an RPG, like, a lot of modern RPGs have a satisfying gearing path. D&D doesn't have that. You collect some magic items, but you aren't really upgrading anything. And so you get all this gold to do what, you know? And I think that's like a really fun thing to do for players, to give them other places where they're excited to spend their resources, you know? 1 horse greater than equal to 4 horse upgrade. Yeah, exactly. Well, you can get different things like roll beasts and whatnot. Yeah, 100%. Do you players have to worry about carrying forage for the horses, or is it something you usually implement? I do like make that a thing as well. You know, you a lot of players will have something along the lines of either like a survival check to find like grazing fields, things like that for their horses, or find kind of like resources, rations, whatever, or they do carry extra rations for the horses, and there are certain animals that also require less, so you can get like strong Asterian horses where 2 Asterian horses can carry the same weight as 4 like normal horses or whatever, normal draft horses, but with a lot less like requirement around them. So that's part of the upgrade system, I guess. I think WotC sort of has hand waves that away by saying the explorer's pack is everything you need to camp for a day or 2. Right. Yeah, right. Which is fine. But again, then there's no upgrading. There's no like, oh man, that like elvish silk, you know, bedroll feels like it's is enchanted to feel like it's way more plush, like you're sleeping on a bed, but it's only like a couple of like, you know, inches thick or whatever, and then it gives you a better night's sleep or whatever, and gives you a higher like score so that you can get that inspiration die reliably. That's also the thing with cooking. Players that really love cooking and finding ingredients. One of my players in my last game, Jackie, she was mainly concerned about finding new ingredients for her cooking sort of RP. But then that became a mechanic, and so she got to make. I gave her the cook whatever feat, I think it is. I think it's a feat where you can like cook meals and stuff and whatnot. And then she found other ingredients, and we kind of gamified that system. And so whenever we go to a new town, my players were never sitting on gold. Whenever they went to a market, and I told Jackie that there was some like spice box or whatever from, you know, Ashasari that was like 80 gold, she was like, oh my god, I need that. And she'd buy it. Like, she'd buy that shit, and it was fun, you know? I have news on my DM agreed to me playing Starlight, who I based my VTuber design off of after I retire Orin, the character I'm playing now. That's awesome, Ember. Congratulations. That's really fun. You have lore in the works too? Dude, that's actually sick. When's the game start? Where's the where the XP be? For like the general XP or this system of like horse and travel? I don't know if it's really an XP based system. I think it's more of a gold based system. So Atarian, is he not a horse? Wait, who the hell is that? Opens up some space for rangers and clerics to shine too. Yeah, totally. There's lots of places like lots of things in the ranger and druid kit, I think, that aren't really utilized, you know, all that well in modern D&D, that you can build a system that makes that player character feel really satisfying in. It's also like Saga Edition, if you ever played Star Wars Saga Edition, it had this really great class called the Noble, and the Noble was very, very good at RP and a lot of RP checks, and it built more of that into the game. So in some ways you wanted like a survival specialist, you wanted a noble, and you wanted combat specialists in your game. Now, everyone could kind of do everything a little bit, but you were very happy to sit behind your noble and let them like handle the guards at the gate kind of thing. You know, you were very happy to be out camping and let your survival specialist figure out what you're going to do next, I guess. It was really cool. Strength that has always been, what is the game mechanic? If it doesn't give you +1 to something, why bother? If it's just getting a good night's rest, is only interesting for heavy RP players. Exactly, right. And so I'm also willing to aggressively apply bonuses in there, like give the players like 5 temporary hit points. Like I'd have a chart that you could roll off of, where if your players achieve what you consider to be a restful sleep, you could roll a d20 and get a cool bonus off the chart. Maybe it's maybe a +1. Like there's some bonuses are easy, some bonuses are hard. Temporary hit points, inspiration die, that's all great. Things like, bonus EXP, if you're doing EXP, really easy too, which is really fun. You just like, oh, you guys get an extra 100 EXP for sleeping well this night. And they're like, what, really? Like, oh, fuck, okay. Hell yeah. But certain things like, oh, you get a +1 constitution bonus. Some players I think are really willing to, okay. Pen and paper players love this. D&D Beyond players hate it because they're like, how do I add a +1 strength for the day? Like, I don't know, just whenever you're calculating strength rolls, just like, just add another strength to that for the day. Yeah. If that like increases your whatever, your bonus, then cool. If it doesn't, then don't worry about it. Like, but how do I do that in D&D Beyond? And you're like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking use D&D Beyond, you nerd. Right? Never played D&D, always wanted to, but currently cleaning, and this is so interesting to have on the background. I love a passionate Iran. Yeah, it's really fun, honestly. Fan, it's really fun if you get a chance to. It'd be. I think it's a good experience for almost everybody universally. Most people who've never played it have a lot of fun with it. Probably one of your friends or one of your friend groups. If you dig deep enough, probably somebody plays D&D. What's up, Blue? Good to see you. What system do you prefer, XP based or milestone? Something else? I prefer EXP. For Horizon, I don't know if I'm going to run it as EXP or not because there's so much room for extra encounters. So I'm going to have a point. I'm going to run it as if it's milestone for my adventure because there's so much extra shit that you could do. Like you could go. There's 2 starting points for Horizon, and I say this at the beginning, where you can start either in Grand Crest and get the quest from the Dragon's Claim, or you can start on the way to Horizon. So I have 2 starting points that are different. One that's like you can completely skip past an entire thing to get right into the adventure. If you want to run this as a one-shot and you're like bang, 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 ready to go, then this is what it looks like. Horizon can be sort of condensed down to that. But I have it also so that you could run it as a longer adventure. If you want to do a 5, 6, 10 day or session game with Horizon, you could. There's enough content hopefully there for players. And so I don't know then, like, when you're in Grand Crest, do you have a random encounter? They fight bandits, and then they get to the guild, and then they stay the night, and then they wake up the next morning, and on the way to the ship dock, they fight a group of thieves, and they, you know what I mean? Like a sewer beast, on the way there, they beat back, and then on the ship, on the ship when they're sailing through to Horizon, they have a random encounter of some sort of sky fish that attack them, right? Like there's so much that can go into it that you can expand onto or just like kind of condense down with Horizon that I don't know, and I'm not going to try and run EXP like that because then encounters really need to change. It's designed or intended so that after you're doing your first side quest at level 1, and then when you finish that side quest, you've leveled up to level 2. And then when you go to beat the basic sort of like Horizon mission, you're doing it at level 2 and you level to level 3. So that when you start the full-on Eldarin adventure I'm making later, you're starting at level 3, right? Kind of a satisfying place to start the game. Horizon's a prologue, so it's not necessary. If you don't want to play through Horizon, you want to start the Realms of Eldara through the canonical starting point at level 3, great. Then you'll have heard about other people accomplishing the goals that you would have done on Horizon, and now the result is here, and you as the player character have to deal with it. So EXP for Horizon would be way too complicated. So I'm just going to do it as milestones for Horizon to say, hey, after the side quest is intended to level up. If you want to run it, like have them level up more and have them end the adventure level 4 or 5 or whatever, and like get EXP or more milestones or do more random encounters or explore different things or do more side quests, totally fine, man, but just as far as I'm running it, I'm running it based on milestone. But for my own games, I always do it as EXP. I find EXP is more satisfying when you beat something back and you know that there is some tangible goal or gain that you have from it, in that you are filling a bar. That I find players like more even if it's annoying to try and track, players generally like, I think players generally enjoy more frequent rewards and options and things like that. Like even World of Warcraft rebuilt in the talent system where you get a talent every level. You know, and I've been preaching that for years, saying that World of Warcraft should redo that, and they eventually did, which is great. But for D&D, like in 3.5, you got options and feats and things like that so often in D&D 3.5. In 5th Ed, you kind of just like level up, and once in a while you get something cool. You know, they condense a lot of these things into one like talent or one feature or whatever. And that's fine. It's not as fun, I think, in progression wise. So I think that EXP and rewards and incremental rewards like that are more, players will over a course of a campaign feel like they've been rewarded more for their work. And I think that's like a human psychology thing that's true in almost everybody. Even if you sit here and whine about how, oh god, I don't want to have to track EXP. I think you can whine about it, but there's but like 8 out of 10 players that whine about it still have more fun with it, whether or not they know it or not. You know, they don't know because they're whining about it. But still, it's like one of those things that I've noticed over my time in running games and stuff. Almost had one that the other day. Something happened and I wanted to be a little cool, so I said everyone detected it and you all get -1 to hit, or just distracted and get -1 to hit. That's funny. Some players looking around their sheet trying to figure out where to put it. Yeah, D&D Beyond has had a mixed reaction, I think, within the D&D. Like, it's had mixed results and mixed consequences in the D&D scene. You know what I mean? D&D Beyond syndrome. Yeah. Bards, when singing and instrument skills, can sometimes come through for no sleep or battered group morale situations, sleep, etc. Sure, yeah. Gonna have a lore video. Very excited. I have VAs to voice characters, including the ones that have worked in big projects. I can't wait. That's pretty substantial. Yeah, a lot of VTubers I know have very, very in-depth lore videos. That always kind of impresses me. You know, one of my friends, Galactic Sewer Carp, she has a really good lore video that she never uses. I don't know why, but apparently it costs her a lot of money. So I'm thinking about doing that of some kind of an animatic for Horizon, or the first adventure when it comes out, that I can either do myself or I don't know. Maybe I'll get someone to do it to make like if I can pay someone $1,000 to make an animation for me or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe there's something. Maybe there's something in there. All right. Okay. So. Before the adventure gets on its way, I have a little quick piece of art that I need to finish. A little paladin that we're doing some art for. So maybe try and finish her off today. Oops. And then see about getting to some of the monster tokens and field effects that are still awaiting completion in the Great Realms of Eldara. But yeah. This Friday, so the adventure will not be complete for this Friday. Obviously, it's a beta.
Thanks for the discussion, y'all.
Oh shit! Thanks to 100 bits, Drax. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. God damn. Thanks, dude. Thank you. Y'all are way too kind, man. Belts, leather belt. Let's call it leather belts. All right. And I kind of want to, if I can, have some of these systems ready for like later releases of Horizon, things like that. I think it'd be kind of fun to have, and like a satisfying kind of like what's the right word? A satisfying set of systems to add to the releases for Eldara. That might be what I spend the summer doing, is adding systems. Because with the adventure out, I have to think about what kind of like monthly kind of content and things I want to do for my Patreon. And I might just spend some time focusing on that, because the summer is going to be a little strange for me. The summer is going to be about fixing and getting the adventure like good to go and ready, so that in the fall I can actually maybe like preview with some confidence a completed like Realms of Eldara sort of suite of content for my Kickstarter. So when I do the Kickstarter, there's kind of more of a sense of like what people could kind of expect out of it. So I have like a body of work, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people who have very high opinions on creators, I think, because they'll say, oh, well, yeah, this person was the guy behind this or that thing that everybody knows. And I think that'd be kind of nice if I could like kind of build a little bit of a, not really a following, but like faith within my own following of people that can kind of see what kind of stuff that I could be, or that could be expected from me. Why is my brush not working? Shape dynamics, get out of here, shape dynamics. So the travel system, a couple of other things in survival, and then I'll try and figure out what else, like what other systems I kind of like want to implement. Combat's going to be a big one, where combat in my adventures is hopefully going to feel more fun and satisfying, and hopefully people who are like pretty anti-combat in their D&D games will find a love of it in Horizon if the DMs can run it right and get my sorry, this isn't all in the DMs. It's not like, oh, if the DMs do a good job. If the DMs can run it right and they don't mind like sort of the more abstract challenge of like certain encounters or certain kind of like powers or whatever, I think that'd probably be a pretty good step towards people getting a good idea of what kind of like more balanced, more thoughtful combat in Eldar is going to feel like. Because yeah, you know, it's a real shame to me that I hear so many people say that they just don't like combat in their D&D game, that it's just the least fun part of the game. And I think there's a lot of things we can do to make it more interesting. I'm just not necessarily convinced that it is Wizards of the Coast's like they have. I kind of want to give him a pass, if that makes sense. I don't think that WotC has the ability right now to do, and maybe I'm making too many excuses for them, but I think that the kind of role that they're trying to take for D&D, as far as the arbiters of like well-balanced, exact, and correct stuff, releases, content like that, I think that they can't do anything really like weird and experimental and cool. But us as sort of like the module developers and the homebrewers, I think we have a lot of opportunity then to do the weird shit. Because if it isn't well balanced, if it's not perfectly aligned and, you know, working within a framework that will never fail anyone who picks up the book for it, I think that you know, if we're willing to have some courage to do some weird shit. Hold up. Twitch account. I'm gonna switch to my YouTube Twitch account. There we go. I realized I didn't have my YouTube chat up anywhere. Oh, and that would be good because apparently I wasn't seeing YouTube chat. God fucking damn it, man. All right, there we go. There we go. We good. What the fuck? Why did my watch think I was on a treadmill? Bitch. I must have hit the button. Oh well. I need a new watch. Got something better than D&D Beyond, a spreadsheet. Ooh. Spreadsheets are fine. I mean, like, there's not one way to do it when it comes to D&D. There's not like one specific way to handle all of your class and abilities and everything like that. And I do think the problem, though, for a lot of players lies in an overly hand-holdy experience of D&D Beyond. So, oh shit, yo, dude, Misprint, thank you for the tier 3. God damn, dude. Misprint, thank you very much. Obviously, this month, the last month that I need to earn 100 sub points, and then I get the better sub splits forever. So thanks, dude. I appreciate that. How you doing, man? What's good, my friend? How you been? Hope you're enjoying your days. Hope work isn't too stressful. It's good to see you, man. Love to see that as a non-combat focused game enjoyer. Yeah, right. And I just think that the combat can be more interesting. It's just Wizards can't do a lot of the things that make it fun. You know what I mean? They've kind of like their hands are tied. Now the argument is, did they tie their hands themselves? Is it an artificial binding, or is it necessary that they have sort of a reliable version of the game that anyone can play without any kind of like bugs or issues popping up? because I am sympathetic to that problem. You know, if you're WotC and people say like, well, why don't you make like combat interesting? Why don't you have like cool, interesting, like different kind of like mechanics that require the DM to kind of like figure it out a little bit without having exactly rules as written telling you how to handle each situation? And I think it is easy to say that, but the defense for Wizards, in my opinion, is, well, what happens with when you are somebody who's brand new to the game and you're intimidated because it's like new and different, and you're terrified to do something wrong, right? Like you're terrified to get a call or a rule or whatever wrong, and so what do you do at that point? Like, how do we handle the game for those players? Well, you have to make the game pretty rock solid and put together in a way that those players have confidence that they can always rely on an explanation or ruling for every situation. A warlock is trying to Eldritch Blast while upside down and covered in mud, and the druid has stone skin, but then they give their skin to the warlock somehow. I don't know, man. That's some weird mage shit. It's like, what do we do? Wizards wants you to have something you can flip to and say, in this specific scenario, here's how the interaction works. Whereas I think D&D played at its best is DM saying, that's kind of crazy, dude. Yeah, I don't think that would work. Maybe if you roll a crazy acrobatics check, sure. That's the best combat that D&D ever has, is that kind of like interaction between a player and a DM. When the players try and do something crazy that is outside of the realm of just basic auto-attacking on guys every turn, the DM has to kind of have a good basis of knowledge on how the game's supposed to work. The problem is, though, I think a lot of DMs get wrong, is that you're not supposed to necessarily know how the rules as written work in every single scenario. You're supposed to know the essence of what is intended by a rule and how to apply it. And so if your like wizard says, I'm going to chug a bunch of caffeine so that I get extra actions and I want to cast 3 fireballs instead of 1, that's not in the spirit of the game, right? And you can be like kind of skeptical of that, like for real. But the problem is that when you have something then that a wizard could do that's like really cool or whatever, and there's no rule to back up that they actually get some sort of a cool benefit from that rule interaction, then they don't even try. And that's when you have your Baldur's Gate style combat. Everybody just like one shot, one cast, one this, one that. No movement, because moving is bad, provokes attack of opportunities. No escapes, no environmental terrain things like, oh, the rocks fall. Well, what happens if they fall on somebody? Well, they take this much damage and push them one side. But what if they can't get pushed? Ah, fuck. Well, this is now complicated. I guess we just won't have rocks fall. So no destructible environments. And yet, then we're missing on half of the interesting shit that happens in video games and MMO combat. So I think that the way that I'm going to handle it is I'm going to ask the DMs to do a bit of heavy lifting and say, look, this spell does this thing, and this is the intention of the spell, and here's how it should work. And then I'll have something in my notes somewhere with combat in mind, where I'll say, maybe in the running the adventure thing, like blurb at the beginning, I'll have something like combat. There are some ideas in my encounters that are a little abstract for D&D, so try your best to run these interactions with the intent in mind. And then you have to expect your DMs actually know how to play the fucking game better than Wizards has prepped them for, which might be a pain in the ass for some DMs, and it might be really exciting for others because it's kind of permission to start doing wacky ass shit. So we'll see. We'll see if people like it or not. And that's part of what the beta feedback will be. My honest intuition is that people are hungry for that. I really feel like people are hungry for that. The more and more I talk to people, the more it seems like people kind of want old school, interesting Wizards, like old Wizards style and like MMO style encounters to be more engaging. Because yeah, just the whole pen and paper, like who was the original like audience designed for TTRPGs and pen and paper RPGs and war games? It was people who wanted depth in systems. The problem is that if you have the depth in the system, you're going to spend 3 years like in combat, and there's like 5 people that love that, and they're all playing in the same group. So for the rest of the world, they don't want that kind of depth. So it's like, how do you then make combat interesting for those people? well, you either make it a little janky or make it interesting by making it, or by risking it being a little janky, or you just streamline it so now it's as boring as possible and you have to theater the mind it, which I think a lot of people find difficult to do. You can make it dramatic, you know, in the theater of the mind sort of style of combat, but it's still a bit harder, I think, when the encounter doesn't give you any sort of like hooks, if we want to put it like that, to make things really compelling. Lady in the Art was pretty. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's actually a commission we're working on today. We're just gonna finish this commission up and then get on to adventure work, which I'm very looking forward to. Very excited about. What's that little quote box? Are you trying to help Blue with some Twitch stuff? Because yeah, I'm pretty sure Blue's on a form of Twitch that is a little bit difficult to to do anything with. Let's just say there's no app. It's not on desktop or anything, as far as I knew. You know, other times that I'm kind of like giving players like, or the GMs some permission to do some weird shit are actually not that stressful for a lot of GMs. Things like, hey, you need to get your players from here to here. Figure it out. GMs are pretty good about doing that and figuring out how to do it. They're pretty decent at like a general instruction through a conversation to get a couple of pieces of information across to the party without needing direct sort of monologue. Now, I actually wrote direct monologue for Luna. The longest direct monologue I've written, which I basically say to the GMs in it. What do I say? How did I word it? Anytime there's blue text, it's intended to be read directly to the players. Lunch with Lady Luna. Where is that section here? Yeah. So during the meeting with Lady Luna, I have objectives. So you want to give them the main quest to protect Zephyrin, tell them about the Watchful Eyes and power struggle between her and Lord Ashton, have her voice concerned about the opening up movements of the Consortium, and ultimately the players should like Luna, trust her, and feel like they have an ally that they are eager to help. And that's kind of my bullet point instruction for DMs for this conversation. And then I do give a monologue here, right? And I say Luna tells the party of her family history that she alluded to in her letter to Endrick. Her explanation comes in a few parts that you can take from what you prefer. So if a GM wants to sort of like bullet point this, they can. Or if they want to literally read out this monologue, it's intended to be a monologue with breaks here for the players to respond. So she first talks about why they're there and why it's important, and then how it's important to her, and then what the core mission is. And it's a very long monologue. I mean that's like, I don't know, at least a couple minutes of Luna just talking at the players. So some DMs would like that because it's like kind of a cutscene, right? Like an in-game cutscene for the players where they have Luna delivering this grand monologue to them. But some GMs, I think, would prefer to just summarize like, okay, she tells you basically to protect Zephyrin, and here's why it's important. Okay, cool. And that's fine too. And if a GM wants to take the bullet points there from the top, you know, that they're supposed to protect Zephyrin. She tells them about, like, if a GM wants to read this out and be done in 12 seconds, or if they want to go through the whole RP and read this out and have this like maybe hour-long conversation with the players as they're asking questions and they're responding, and then, you know, the GM's responding as Luna, that's all good too. And I don't know if people are going to love this or hate this, but I'm putting it out there as an option for GMs because this is the way that I think about the game. And I want to write in these in-game cutscenes, if I can, so that the players and the GM can sort of like what I'd love to do is I'd love to have these actually animated out as cutscenes, with then like voice acted, right? So that imagine for the first Horizon adventure, you could play this video for your players. And it's sort of like figures in shadow sitting where the player characters would be, and Luna's kind of at the head of the table. And then I have somebody voice acting her properly. She delivers this monologue the players can watch for a couple minutes, like an actual in-game cutscene. That'd be kind of fun. So I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, Atari said that he generally liked the sort of the way that it was formatted, with like certain, like the brown text is supposed to be in kind of like suggestions or ideas on how to do something or how to accomplish a goal. The green is like built-in checks that the players can make for information. The blue is things that you can read out directly to your players to like have them kind of like set the scene for them. And then the gold text is always like loot and shit like that. There is an extra section for Astral Sage players specifically. People who like GMs who want to go deep on Eldarin lore and tell an Eldarin Astral Sage story to a group of Astral Sage players or to an Astral Sage player. That kind of stuff will be in this sort of like teal, like light teal that everyone can either, if you're a GM, you can avoid this or you can talk about it at length with your players. It's just gonna be better if you have Astral Sage players. You know what I mean? Trying to conduct a recruitment campaign for Horizon players. This is the least secretive secret I could have cooked up. You're hilarious. Do people always play prepared adventures nowadays? And are they mostly coming up with them by themselves or using pre-built ones? We used to pretty much do full improv. It was messy. I think most people these days do. Well, here's the thing. I don't know. I think most people play homebrew adventures. I think almost everyone does, honestly, because there's two sort of sides of the D&D crowd. There's the vocal like enthusiasts, which is every single person that is talking about D&D on Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you're in a stream and you're listening to someone talk about D&D, you are an enthusiast. You're a hardcore player by default. Then there's the casual players who might even not even know that there's like a new edition of D&D for 3 years because they just get together with their friends every once in a while, pull the book off the shelf and play the game. Tabletop, kitchen counter, whatever, casual D&D. And so it's always hard to say what the casual like majority of players, and even if they are a majority anymore, do for D&D because they just don't interact with any sort of like polling, basically, right? And they don't ever make their voices known on how they interact with the game. There's no way to know how they're playing it, right? So think about like World of Warcraft or an MMO. You can have people say on the forums. Everyone on the forums can hold an opinion that the red button in this dungeon, you can push a red or a blue button, and the red button is the best button and it's the only thing to push, and no one pushes the blue button. And you can see post after post after post. You can see hardcore players talking about this. You can see YouTube videos and Twitter posts on everyone saying the red button is the best. And those are all hardcore enthusiasts. But if pushing the blue button in the dungeon is more conducive to like casual players, you would think no one ever pushes the blue button because I never see anyone talking about it. And yet Blizzard could go in and say, well, actually 80% of the player base pushes the blue button. They just don't interact with the media outside of the game, so you never hear them say it. And we can't track that in D&D. We have no idea what that actual like majority minority looks like. I think most people do homebrew, but it seems like there is a large contingency of people that do the same big like Strad campaigns, you know, Ravenloft style things. So I think it still has a big presence. I just don't think that it's universal. I think most people still prefer to do homebrew. If I had to take a guess on it, that would be my intuition from what I actually see. Based on some of the sales numbers I've seen, Drive-Thru RPG, there are a lot of people buying up non-WotC modules, but even with that, I think Evan's right. There are tons and tons of people playing. There's no way they're buying content on the daily. Yeah, and so like, how do you then create? And even then, if you are going to create, that is kind of in some ways a bit of a trick question then, because if you're going to create an adventure like this in an indie scene, the indie scene for D&D players are already the hardcore audience. So in some ways, you could build your adventure. I could build my adventure for the hardcore players because the casual players likely aren't going to see Eldara. There's probably not a lot of casual D&D players that would find my stuff online if it's not directly through my art, which they could. You know, maybe there's a whole contingency of sort of like fantasy, LARP, Ren Fair crowd of that kind of like contingency of people that I'm kind of getting that in my following on Instagram more and more and TikTok, but not on like Twitter or Twitch or anything like that. That they might be pulled in via the fantasy art into the D&D, but they might be normally a casual D&D player, and they might get pulled into my project. So that's the only way that I'd be able to like kind of market to casual players, maybe, because basically if I like do my Horizon adventure Kickstarter, and let's say I take out $1,000 in ads on Instagram for like promoting the Kickstarter campaign, the thing is, Instagram's going to serve those ads to hardcore players and hardcore people that are interested in it, I think. So it's tough to say. I have no idea what the general player base does for almost anything in the game anymore. You know? You're playing a hardcore server, by the way. If I kill your character, I get your paper shredder, your character sheet. If you kill Endrick, yes, Ashy, you know what? If you kill Endrick, you can paper shred my character sheet. I'll mail my character sheet to you, so you can paper shred it. All right? Yes, I will. I will. Don't think I won't. If you kill off Endrick, you can have his character sheet as a trophy for your mantle. That's right. Me got here for the art and reignited my interest in RP. That's awesome, woman. I'm honored to hear that. Yeah, I mean, so who knows? I'm really hoping that I could bring some of the kind of the fantasy enjoyers into the RPG side of things with my art and some of the things that I'm doing. That would be a really kind of a good metric for success in some ways. Obviously not the only one, but definitely a worthy metric to pursue, is how many people that aren't like deep hardcore D&D players are interested in the project that I'm working on. Because, like, fair enough, you know, if people like it or don't, depending on their interests, then that means the project is either interesting on its own merits or it's not, unless you're a D&D player or whatever. And I need to seriously consider that as a artist and a game developer, because really at the end of the day, I'm not a game developer first. I'm a storyteller, and I like telling stories through games, through TTRPGs, through, you know, comics and all sorts of mediums. But I'm trying to tell a really great story through a D&D RPG right now. It's kind of my first like entry into it because I'm very familiar with that. But at the end of the day, I don't just want to attract D&D players. It's why I never have like a very hardcore, a very, very hardcore group of people in my chat about D&D at any given time. There's like, I say that if you're here on the internet talking about D&D at all, you're a hardcore player, which I still think is true. But there's also another sort of like part of that looks something like, the hardest of hardcore D&D players don't like the kind of stuff that I do because I don't take the game seriously enough that to the point where they would feel satisfied. Right? My encounters are never designed to be these brutal things to overcome, and I'm not doing like a lot of, like an unbelievable amount of deep redesign on classes and things like that. It's supposed to be mostly narrative and mostly vibe based, and if I'm getting good narratives and good vibes in the game for you to tell your stories and for you to like kind of build your adventures off of, that's good enough for me. But I'm not all that concerned about people like are the hardest of hardcore players able to or not able to rules lawyer their way through any of my mechanics. No, I'm always going to be bested by the rules lawyers. The rules lawyers will I will never make any sort of D&D content for them because I will never please them. I just can't. And I'm not even going to try. I'm going to try and hit like the 95% of all other players. I think it's a more worthy goal, I guess. I think if you spend too much time trying to make your system, your mechanics, your whatever ironclads, the rules lawyers can't poke a hole in it, I think you spend way too much time on ultimately uncreative activities that don't really matter. And I think that's like a big problem with like wizards. They have to appease the rules lawyers more or less because they've put themselves in that situation. But I certainly don't have to. Play video games in mind. Video games in their first taste of D&D has been fun for me lately. They have an instinct take on as many game actions as possible instead of sitting back while the DM narrates. That's cool. They want more lore for Eldar and the adventure to be released so I can see how you want the game to go. Yeah. The trick in balancing encounters for first level is that even a kobold can one-shot a fighter with a critical hit. Yeah, I'm not expecting combat to be like all that challenging. I'm expecting it to be interesting, hopefully, but ultimately not all that challenging. And I will say to the GMs in the game, like, please balance for your party as accordingly. Like, I'm not sure how the balance of abyssals and whatnot have worked out in the campaigns that you've played through Atari, but this is supposed to be a mainly narrative campaign. It's not going to be very satisfying, I think, to players that really want that deep kind of like combat system type game, especially because it starts at level 1. Like a level 1 D&D game is not necessarily designed with combat in mind and with players, you know, really going deep on the systems to find the perfect way to run the best encounter ever. You know, you're level 1, your health point pool is too low, your action economy is too slim, and your options are too lean to be able to like really go deep on combat. So a lot of it is kind of performative with some dangerosity behind it just to make it kind of fun. I throw a lot more small damage out than I do big sort of like wombo combos. So I think the hardest hitting thing in the game on a single die is one of the brutes, and I think they do a D8 damage plus 2. Which for level 2 character could still be half their health. But they're pretty bad at hitting things, so. Those are times when I just amazingly roll such low damage to the kobolds. Wow, I know you survived. It's crazy, man. Yeah, right? Yeah. Like, honestly, so there's going to be abyssals that I have written for the last encounter that deal a D2 plus 1 damage. Yep, they do a D2 plus 1 damage. And I know that's going to get people upset. DMs are going to be upset at this idea. They're going to say, what the fuck is a D2, man? A D2? It has 1 or 2 damage plus 1? What is this nonsense? But I think it's fun. If you have more little guys out there that deal a D2 plus 1 damage, that's more satisfying than having one guy that deals a D10 plus 2 damage and average it out and whatever. Husband has it where a small party of goblins are a challenge for a party of level 1s, and by a small he means 4 to 6 goblins. Yeah, sure. Totally. I think it'll be okay. Again, I don't think I'm going to earn any rewards or accolades for creating the most interesting and diverse and well-balanced combat for level 1 and 2, because it's kind of not designed to be. More interesting and more intricate combat will come at higher levels when you are further along in the game and you are more ready to spread your wings and start doing cool ass shit and fighting the good fight. You've really got a lot of mechanics down and whatnot. So the D2 is a coin flip. It is. Well, I think a lot of DMs don't have a coin, so a lot of DMs on D2 would roll any even number die and then just do like 50-50 on it, you know? Like, whenever I have to do a D2 damage, I don't often do a coin flip because it's more annoying to flip a coin than it is. So I'll usually roll, like, honestly, literally any die. And it's either above half or below half. And then that's what it is, you know? 1 to 10 or 11 to 20. Or 1 to 2 or 3 to 4 on a D4 or whatever. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but I don't think DMs are used to that kind of thing. So we'll see if they complain about it. We'll see if they whine about it worthily. Their complaints will be mighty. Like, and I know that I'm gonna have to deal with people that are like just hating on the adventure. With getting like sort of like more exposure on the internet, like with my work getting out there more, I've had to deal with more and more negativity, and like, you know, it's coming, but sometimes it's still a little bit hard to kind of like brace for. And I'm glad that I've gotten some practice so that when the adventure comes out, I'm not like blindsided by it, I guess. I do get shit talked more often than I'd like in comments. A lot of them are just like hidden. Like there was like TikTok this morning asked me if I wanted to like hide or if I wanted to like review a comment. And I don't usually check the reviewed comments because it's usually somebody saying some shit or whatever, like using profanity or being inappropriate in a way that I think it would just like impact the comments negatively. But this comment this morning was actually somebody just like actively talking shit. Let me read it out actually. Let me see if I can find it. It was on the Paladin video.
Okay, new character idea.
Yeah, shut up, Evan. Shut up.
He's a paladin,
No,
but he doesn't
shut up. There we go. One comment has been filtered. Review comment. So the comment says, here, I'll post the comment. We'll read it together. This is if you're ever wondering, like, Evan, you don't get any negative feedback or hate or whatever. Let me show you that an example. Let me upload Discord so I can snip it out real quick. Facebook posts. Oops. So I'm fully aware that when the time comes to release Horizon, I'm fully aware that as I've grown, this is going to become more and more common. Actually, should this be a Hall of Fame? I think she might be. Wait, should this be Hall of Famed? Hall of Fame. The Comments Hall of Fame? I think it is. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Hall of Shame? No, it's a Hall of Fame, dude. I love these ones. They make me laugh, all right? So, and that's the thing. That where I'm going with this is that I'm aware that as I take leaps and risks, there's going to be more and more negativity, right? So I could have appeased the hardcore D&D players, and I could have made like a character build for a paladin and made it an optimal character thing that's super organized and well done, well put together. And then this guy would have sat there, you know, in his high back chair while his like assistant scrolls TikToks for him to review during his, you know, obviously like busy schedule as a billionaire executive CEO, for him to sort of like approve of the general D&D ideas that are being posted on the internet, right? And he would have seen my video that was a well put together paladin. He would have nodded and said good, and then he would have, you know, moved on. But obviously people wouldn't have liked it. The rest of the people wouldn't have thought it was a fun, cute idea of a paladin that forgot her oath. And so I take this kind of stuff as remembering to me that, or reminding me to remember that it is okay and good to do things that are different. And even if there's friction or pushback from a small group of people, the majority of people will still approve of or like your idea. Because after all, that one comment on that video is very easy to sort of take into consideration, but that video has 840 likes on it. 840 people that thought for some reason like, ha, neat, or oh, that's cute, or whatever. And I think I'm trying to develop Horizon the same way. So whenever I do come up with an idea or a problem, an idea that like causes an issue, I'm like okay with a certain amount of negative feedback or friction on it. And I'll be doing stuff with combat and balancing and ideas that aren't like requiring GMs to use a D2 damage for balance at level 1. That some people are gonna write a fucking twit longer about how bad of an idea it is, and that's okay. That's definitely okay. It's gonna happen as part of the process. If it doesn't happen, I'm doing something wrong. I think anyway. Sure, the ones that just read the one starting with "Hey buddy" and I'm already invested. Oh, in the Hall of Fame. The other two that made in the there's a lot of comments that should make in the Hall of Fame. This one. This was such a good one. This was such a good one. This is one of my favorite ones. I appreciate what we all do as homebrewers and fun havers, but what the fuck is an eldritch voice? I'm getting genuinely worried at this overuse and wrongful use of the word. I don't think you or anyone else I've heard say it in the past 2 years knows what it means. Like liminal. Nobody knows what liminal means anymore because they thought it meant uncanny. Just use your words, the correct ones. Describe the voice better. Don't just say it's eldritch. Now, if I tell you in the context was the idea of a dwarf who found a pool of water in a mine that was like kind of mysterious, and an eldritch voice came out of the water to offer the dwarf a warlock pact. And if I were to tell you that there's an eldritch voice emitting from the pool of strange water in the cave, well, I'm pretty sure you know, like I think probably everyone would understand what it means. So, yeah. So I guess this one belongs in the Common Hall of Fame as well, in there. You know, it's what imagination is for, right? I don't know. It's you'd think it wouldn't be that hard to do some heavy lifting, as far as as far as D&D or goes, but yeah, you know, it's a reminder to me to always put like new ideas in the game, even if people don't like them. So can't put my finger on why, right? I mean, that I know, Alf. There's like some trauma in that message that we don't know about. Like somebody, like that guy was maybe corrected too much as a child on what a word means, and so now as an adult they need to like try and do that. Like I'm not quite sure, right? I don't think the poster knows what these words mean, right? Yeah. there's that too. That might be an issue as well. So it's almost as if language evolves. Yeah. You know, it's like sometimes you have somebody who's older. Like if you ever worked in retail, did you ever have the experience in retail where you referred to something like as an, I don't know, a certain way, and someone older corrected you as to what the word means? Now there's certain times when there's like, sure, that's like, in general, yeah, definitions and words are important, but sometimes the meaning of a word changes or evolves depending on the people who use it. That's established in language. So I always remembered, I don't know why this wasn't like a particularly strong example, but it was an example nonetheless of when I was working at Best Buy, and I said like, oh yeah, the warranty's really cheap, so it's very easy to just tack on for an item like this. So that's why I recommend it. And this old guy had this like smug like I'm gonna teach you moment. He's like, I think you mean inexpensive, not cheap. And I was like, what? Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, no, you said cheap. Cheap means poorly made, poorly created, inadequately crafted. Inexpensive is what you meant to say. And it's kind of like, okay, man, sure. So are you gonna buy the thing, or are you just okay? All right, goodbye. And it's one of those things where it's like there's a technicality, and yet every young person that I'd see in there or whatever, or most people in general, I would see people say something like how much is this thing? I'm like, oh, it's only $19 for the warranty. They say, wow, it's pretty cheap. Yeah, I'll get that. You know what I mean? Like language does evolve, you know, it does change as far as I don't worry about those kind of guys, you know. I could be snarky and like respond to the comments and stuff, but I just have a rule for myself where I won't respond to negative comments ever. Under any circumstances, there is no negative comment I will ever respond to. If I think it's detrimental, like it has like an accusation in it, like this is just AI bullshit. Like if for some reason somebody said something like that to me, I would just delete the comment rather than be like, no, it isn't, no, right? Because if it's detrimental or somebody else could read the comment and be like, wow, I can't believe this is AI bullshit, and it's just like wrong and incorrect and damaging, then I'll like delete the comment. But if it's just somebody being whatever, then I just won't engage with it whatsoever. So even though I desperately want to, you know, being made fun of for being a thesaurus owner as a child, I'll never recover from this. Yeah, actually though, right? Walking up with 18 charisma. He really got you there? I know, huh? It's almost as if context matters. Yeah, I mean, but it's just regardless of the language guy, it just illustrates to me that there's always going to be somebody that has a problem with the thing that I'm doing, and that it's okay to sort of like not take it seriously. And I think that there's this sort of like over emphasis made by a lot of people on I don't want to dodge. No, hold on. What do I do next? Let's do the gold stuff. Okay. There's like this emphasis made on you know, listening to feedback, and it's a good thing to listen to feedback. And I think that in a lot of cases it is, but in more cases than you'd think, listening to feedback's actually fucking stupid. Listening to careful feedback from people that you like sort of like know or trust the opinion of is great. But generally just sort of responding to feedback is bad, because people are going to have stupid reasons as to why you should or shouldn't do something that are ultimately not relevant to your project or you. And it's hard to please everyone. So if you try to, it's just going to be a bad time, you know? True Charisma 18 is actually that fucking mini full emote. I swear to God, dude. That fucking mini full emote. It haunts me. Yeah, Nick gets it. Occasionally I do bait the trolls. Occasionally, but I really gotta stop, man. I gotta be better. I gotta chill out more. Occasionally. It's okay, but I gotta know better. It's bad juju. That's what it is. Not so long ago, it hit me that it's very likely that most of the stuff I read online is written by people close to half my age, so that might not be the best feedback. Well, I don't necessarily think that someone's like age, the meme exists that like, yeah, I mean, if you're 20 something years, like the meme is like, oh, a 22-year-old on the internet said something stupid. Like, of course they said something stupid. They're 22. But the same thing sort of applies, that also like, oh, the old boomer doesn't know the way things work. Oh, great. And like the point where you're discounted because you're too old or discounted because you're too young is like sort of a bit of a trend and invalid sometimes for some people, but like ultimately kind of a weird thing to navigate. And so I don't necessarily discount people saying shit because they're young. I think the whole idea is never take advice from somebody that you don't want to be where they're at with that regards to that advice. You know, that's very important, I think. And so it's very difficult when people give me criticism or advice, and then also never accept criticism from somebody that you wouldn't accept advice from. And so it's very difficult when somebody like levels criticism at something, and I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from. Somebody gives me a little bit of critique into something, and I have to try and figure out how to parse through that. Like, is their criticism valid? Do they have something there? Is there realistically something that I can do? Is it just like them trying to like sound smart, or they think they see the way something works? Because like a lot of the technical criticism that I get about art, probably 10% of it's actually legitimate, and the other 9 out of 10 art critique comments about like same face and this and whatever and bad colors and that I get, most of it is like actually incorrect, and it'd be detrimental to listen to, you know. But occasionally it's good, and I think it sucks, because if you're trying to figure out how to improve at something or improve like a product or whatever, I'm gonna get a lot of feedback in my beta, and it's gonna be very hard for me to parse through feedback that's good versus bad. And I think that the way you do that in some ways is you try and parse through feedback where it's a great way of making your feedback or criticism actually like, or your disagreement understood by somebody. And it's kind of arcane and a little bit abstract, but it's like, can you jump over the social bar to deliver the criticism well? And you're like, what does that mean exactly? You know, fucking exactly. It's arcane and difficult to know and hard to understand and whatever, right? It's frustrating. But I think a lot of people that I get critique from for Horizon, I'm gonna try and figure out what their criticism, what the spirit of their criticism is. If they're trying to like, if I have a sense whether they're trying to preserve the originality or intent, or if they're trying to like destroy it to like make way for their ideal way of like a class or an adventure being built. At which point you can kind of just disregard it almost entirely and say, okay, this person doesn't have my best interest in heart. You know, whether they know it or not, they don't. So I'm not even going to really worry about it all that much. And that's reasonable, I think, to do. Sort of say that and say, well, this criticism isn't really useful to me, so... you know what? I'm just going to merge this stuff together. There we go. We're at the point where I can just aggressively start merging layers together and not worrying about it. We're at that point already. I'm very excited. And yeah, it's tough, man, for art feedback and art critique. It's like really, really tough to try and get feedback from people, from peers. When I was young, my mom used to tell me when people made fun of my drumming, she simply asked, are they buddy rich? Wait, what? What does that mean? Do they have friends, or is that like, is buddy rich a different term? The amazing piece, love it so much. Have you, or hey you, by the way? Yeah, what's up, Lynn? What's up? What are you doing? Famous jazz drummer. I see, okay. Sure. And there is parts of that that can be a little bit dangerous if you just like don't, unless somebody's at the very top, you just discount their opinion, obviously. And like some people can't differentiate that. They might think too highly of their skills and then think that nobody can really give them improving kind of opinions. But at the same time, like, holy God, man. Some of the advice that I see out there is just really trash. Like, you know what's interesting is if you go back to like the earliest TikToks I posted, when people were still like giving me like a lot of criticism on how to like draw better and how to actually do art, like a couple months ago, a lot of it's from the standpoint of like anime or like highly cartoon stuff, and almost no actual like technical sort of like advice from like real artists that know what the fuck what they're talking about. Not to say that anime art isn't real art, just like the kind of artist, you know what I mean? So it is very challenging to try and parse through. I will admit that. How do you listen to all the criticism on the internet about your work? How do you know what's good and what's bad? The problem is that bad critique can be detrimental and damaging, whereas not listening to good critique can just sort of like be like maintaining the same levels of mediocrity or whatever. Try looking at the source of the trolling. Right. Yeah. And say, hey, you misspelt something here, so it's written something contradictory there that I want to make my character pink, so you should make it like that because other people me want it. Yeah. Well, a bit different, you know. It's like, hey, in order to draw, like the way you're supposed to draw this is like this, you know. Or it's a good example.
Oh my.
Hey Mel, what's up, dude?
It is the man of the hour himself.
Hello
there, amazing artists and TTRPG
Thanks so much,
nerds. Smile.
Bro, I appreciate it. And Avenian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that as well. Welcome in, Mel. Good to see you. Good to have you. Hello. Appreciate you. like, well, I think somebody gave me advice that was basically like, I think they said something along the lines of if you want your characters to look better, you should simplify their noses more into a little hook shape, and try making their eyes bigger and more expressive. I was like, wait, so you just want me to draw you like some Honkai Star Rail shit? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, I see.
Appreciate you
Right.
too, you talented bean you. I
Talented.
had a bit of a
Me?
brain blast for the super secret
No.
project. I can't wait for the announcement to be made on Wednesday, then I can gush all about it to you all.
Let's go, dude.
D.
All right, Mel. Fuck yeah. Good shit. Get after it. Whatever it is, I don't know, but I'm excited for you. I'm eagerly anticipating it, I think. Thanks for the bits. Busy Monday. Hope all you are well. Living the dream, B-Town. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate you. Realize people know fundamentals won't give that unnecessary feedback or uncalled for advice. Well, so that is kind of the problem too, is that I've never seen an artist that I've regarded as somebody who's very competent giving advice, like giving unsolicited feedback. Which is very, like, so you could almost, if somebody gives you feedback on your art without you asking for it, so like somebody just popping into stream being like, hey, the belt is wrong, or like on your work on like TikTok telling you that like this there's a problem with this or that, you could almost safely discount it all the time, because I don't know a single artist that, like, you know what I mean? Professional artists don't have time to give unsolicited anything. So there's that's I think maybe the majority of it, like that's maybe like 70% of it, of why of the reason, but the other 30% would sort of be like maybe somebody who's been through the actual process of improving at something, understands the necessity of not sort of like giving bad advice or whatever. You know what I mean? So like I can't see any artist that's scrolling through TikTok and sees something as like, oh, if you want your character's smile to seem better, you should make her eyes squintier with more wrinkles around her fucking nose to increase the expression of the character. Like there's not a single great artist that would do that. So like you can kind of just discount it automatically in a way. I don't know. I don't want to sound like I'm being mean or whatever by calling people bad artists, but I kind of have already like committed to that, so shit.
Usually those who are the first to offer advice are also the ones who don't seem to follow it themselves or put themselves in very high regard. Same
Yeah,
concept
right.
with the Taekwondo school I go to, ha.
Yeah, once people have been through it, they kind of understand the nuance of how to do it. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm smashing all these layers together. We're just gonna keep her hair separate because I need to figure that out a little bit better. All right. Almost there. Almost there, champs. One piece at a time. Well, regardless, it's, yeah. Unsolicited advice is like a rough issue for artists, I think. Because it's so pervasive, it seems like. And occasionally, but like amongst my best friends, sure, if it's a friend, then that's totally different, you know?
People
Yeah.
will come to you when they admire your work and you hold yourself in high regard, not forcing your thoughts or suggestions down other people's throats.
Sure.
The number of big-headed people who offer me advice for Taekwondo and only to be corrected by my grandmaster is hilarious XD.
Sure, yeah. It's like anything you improve at. Lone Wolf, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in, my friend. Hello. And I mean, part of that's like why I'm kind of like reluctant to give a lot of feedback on how to art or things like that, because it's like part of me is kind of like, well, can I promise myself that I'm like at a point where I would do no harm, where the advice and input and things that I would say to people would be generally received as positive, as opposed to like potentially telling people to do the wrong thing. That's scary, man. That's scary as shit. The idea of fucking with someone's progression because you don't know how, like, to parse through a tutorial or parse through improvement in this stage or whatever, that's, like, really scary, man.
Lone Wolf, allow me to be the first to welcome you
Oh,
to the
goddammit.
Cult of the Orb.
God
While
damn
its
it.
various forms have been limited to just the
Why do I
standard
even,
orb,
like, argue
it
it's a
is
cult?
forever in our hearts.
What?
All hail the
God.
Orb Ivan Wapanda.
Why do I even debate this anymore? God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Thanks for the bits, appreciate it. The new magic card I love, Humbling Elder, a martial arts grandma who flashes in and gives her attacker -1/-1. That's cute. I got a bunch of magic cards from Ella for my birthday. They were late. They came in the mail over the weekend. I'm really excited about it. I'm gonna start my Invasions full set. Invasion, Plane Shift, and Apocalypse. She got me the commons for all those. So now I get to go through the excruciating process of trying to find and source all the uncommons and rares from those sets. But god damn it, I'm excited. Carrot, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in, my friend. Hello. Hello, hello. For the orb? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. God, I'd love to do magic art one of these days.
Yay Magic the card. To Atari and I need to go magic hunting for you while at Gen Con. Speaking of, I signed up
Right.
for both games on Saturday this year.
Excellent.
I'm so excited _carrot.
Excellent. I don't know how Atari's going to run the whole thing, or if Atari's going to even run the whole thing, try and run the whole Horizon adventure. I think Atari could do a very good job at condensing the adventure down. Probably. If anyone could do it, Atari could do it, but I know it's not necessarily intended for that, so I feel a little bad delivering that requirement onto the GMs that are trying to do it at conventions. Like, there was an opportunity for me to run the Horizon game if I want to at ArdCon this year, where I'm going to be at. I declined because I wouldn't know how to run the adventure in such a quick little, you know, like a quick little, like, couple hour thing. They have to, like, just all be mechanical combat or whatever. Gen Con sessions are approved and available for wish listing. Let's go, dude. Let's go, man.
I am also doing Gming this year too to try and get my badge paid for hee.
That's good. There you go. There you go. You know what you're doing. You get after it. Man. Things are looking up for me being able to travel next year. If things continue at this rate, I don't want to jinx it ever, because all the success, all the whatever, especially on Twitch, is super fragile, you know? You never want to jinx anything. But if I keep having months like I have recently, I might be able to do some serious convention traveling next year. Assuming that being a vendor is so I just, with small like tariff things, it is apparently like harder to do vendor shit from Canada, and a lot of vendors are kind of like either pulling out or whatever from Gen Con. I don't know the extent of it. I don't care about the political side of it. I'm thinking about this as a future endeavor thingy, whether or not it's gonna be a problem. Oh. I use my old descriptions of the modified Horizon version because someone has been a little later than I wished on releasing things, but I'm going to make Horizon into 2 sessions and power through the whole thing. I know. Don't worry. I've been able to... I'm getting better at just swallowing the passive aggression from people on stream. I'm getting way better at it. I didn't even wince that time. I didn't even think about apologizing.
Okay, so now to put this into being. Ahem, Evan.
Yes, hi.
I better not see you at Gen Con next year. You better not have a big ass booth with all of your cool Sicart on display.
I definitely
and those
won't.
dice on the desk too.
Definitely won't.
There we go.
Yep.
It is in the universe now, Evan.
That
I will
I
be seeing you next
absolutely
year, smile.
will not. That we know, Mel. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Because Gen Con's hard to get into as a vendor. So Ella has been on the wait list for 4 years now. What? This is the 4th year that she's on the wait list, I think. 3rd or 4th? 4th. I don't know. Anyway, Ella's been on the wait list for 3 or 4 years so far for Gen Con. Basically still has no hope of actually getting in as a vendor. So very realistically, there's like no shot, no chance in hell that I could actually get in as a vendor to Gen Con for the Realms of Eldara. As much as I'd love it, unless some like crazy nepotism shit happens, where like a guy introduces me to a guy who tells me that like, oh shit, dude, we'd love to have you here. Yeah, you want a table, man? Unless some crazy shit like that happens, if I have to go through the just like entire approval process, which, you know, definitely should, there's no way in hell. Just wouldn't happen. But that's okay. Maybe I should actually apply, I guess.
If this secret project goes well, Evan.
Yeah?
I can do it, D.
Alright. I trust you. Alright. I mean, I believe in you, but I think definitely don't overestimate what names and projects will get you in the industry. You gotta be like the absolute king shit to really be able to move the needle with Gen Con. There's been some really big creators, influencers, and I mean real big people that have tried to get Ella and I into Gen Con in some way or form, and just hasn't worked. And I'm like, really? Even this person can't move the needle on it? Okay, Jesus, I had no idea. So, I don't count anything out, alright? But I'm also not counting on anything. I'll probably apply for next year's Gen Con, maybe. And we'll see. Hopefully some good things happen.
Why is it that even bigger influencers couldn't get you two in? Is it a grandfathering sort of system thing?
Yeah, so basically like so you have so a case of like a giant, long, well-established dice maker who has in the past been able to just ask like, hey buddy, I've got like a friend who does this really cool stuff, would be really good at Gen Con. Do you think I can get them a table? And Gen Con's been like, either like, oh yeah, we have a table, sure, you can have them, that or no, sorry. And they're like, okay, cool, well, can they share my table? And they're like, yeah, of course, man. But in recent years, even like really big vendors, like a really big dice maker that was really well known with Gen Con, massive booth space, whatever, said, hey, can we invite this Blackwood Dice girl from Canada? She's really awesome. To share our booth, not even another table, but to just take a small section of our booth. And they said, no, fuck you. We can't do that anymore. There's too many people that want in Gen Con, and nope. So you got to be like, when I say king shit, I mean king shit, to be able to like move the needle on any of that stuff. People with hundreds of thousands of followers have asked about getting me into Gen Con. People with more than 1 million followers have asked me about getting to Gen Con, who have big presences at Gen Con, that are doing something important at Gen Con, that wanted to have me interacting with that important thing. And they still told them, nope, sorry, it's just too busy. There's just too many people that want in. There's too many people that are trying to get stuff for Gen Con. You got to go through the whole fucking system. And maybe it's the kind of thing where it's like, if you've applied for like 4 or 5 years and your time is kind of up soon, maybe they can nudge you to the front of the line a little bit. But it's definitely, there's no like actual kind of nothing to be done, unfortunately. And that's totally fair. It's totally fine. But I'm just skeptical of anyone saying like, oh well, if this thing works out, man.
Jesus. Last year for my first Gen Con,
you know,
so many people were sharing booths still, I had no idea who they were, or they had the most expensive stuff available.
Well, they probably got like accepted in or whatever.
Damn frown.
You know, they probably went through the process to like get accepted and share the booth and whatnot and all that kind of stuff. But what it is right now basically is if you want to get into Gen Con, you have to apply for like somewhere between 4 and 6 years until your time is up. You're in the queue, and then you get an opportunity. And like, okay, all right, sure, fine, fair enough. If everybody wants to be there. the bigger the convention, the more expensive it is, the more potential there is for earning, and the more demand there is. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing, unfortunately. And I have tried to be at Gen Con a couple times in the last couple years. The orb will decide when it is time. Yeah, right? I have a feeling that Gen Con is at its peak and not a lot of expansion room left. I'm not going to say anything bad about Gen Con because I think that Gen Con's pretty amazing, but I've heard a lot of people talking about that Gen Con for whatever reason is bigger than it can be, like for sustainable reasons, and that there are other conventions that are now attracting the scene more. Whatever the scene is, air quotes the scene, and I've heard from a bunch of people. You know, I had an interesting conversation with a group of very, very large creators about this, and they were all talking about kind of like moving the needle and going to different conventions. PAX, the one in Boston, was one of the big ones people were talking about, sort of moving like as if it's siphoning some of the spirit of Gen Con away. And like PAX is always amazing and Gen Con is always amazing, but it seems like some of the momentum or excitement is shifting more over to PAXs and other conventions because Gen Con might just be too big for itself. It's kind of like E3. E3 had this problem. If any of you are fucking ancient boomers of video game industry stuff that remember what E3 was, E3 used to be a general gaming convention, got too big for itself, and then game companies just started making their own conventions, basically their own announcements, their own stuff close to the proximity of the convention. So it would be like, imagine Wizards of the Coast not having a presence at Gen Con, but down the street at like some, I don't know, community hall, Wizards of the Coast had their WotCon the same weekend as Gen Con, kind of thing, you know? Or like with companies seeing how the success of Blizzard and Nintendo pulled out first. They were the ones that said we're doing our own convention, and when Nintendo pulled out of E3, everyone was like aghast at it, and yet, you know, and then E3 wasn't able to sort of like keep the spirit, and it just kind of fell apart. And I'm concerned for Gen Con based on some of the things I'm hearing, because I've always thought that Gen Con was like the place, the thing, you know. There's only buildings taking up rooms for seminars and such that it's nuts just how many buildings they're taking over for it. Yeah, taxis wouldn't be the best place for the shift, sadly. Is it too small? It's like Super Bowl tickets. There's only so many seats no matter what the stadium they choose, so the price of the tickets keep going up. Yeah, for real, right? It's it's something, hey. Oh, I just merged away my original layer of color selection. God damn it. Alright, that's fine. I'll do a little bit of repair. I've had some Photoshop issues in the last couple of days, just some like little problems. I had a bunch of badges that I did for a streamer friend of mine for her bit badges, and I sent them to her, and she like approved of them and was like, oh my god, they're great, they're amazing. And I'm like, sure, I'll cut them out and for you. And then I reloaded the Photoshop file yesterday, and I just didn't save it or something, or it got fucking corrupted or whatever, and I just lost like 2 hours worth of work. Kind of sighed, and I was like, oh god, okay, I gotta redo this. Those little things just happened in Photoshop this week, man. Little weird, strange Photoshop voodoo issues. I don't really know what's up. I'll try my best to keep my cool on it.
Boston is a very tiny city compared to others like New York City or Indianapolis,
Oh, really?
for example. When the hope for the Olympics came here, there would be no space for the events and would have to spread to other cities for their arenas and such. No rooms for the athletes, and instead it would be the dorms for the schools or the hotels. No maneuverability to do anything huge here.
That's fair. Well, where are like the biggest convention centers in North America? Because like as far as I knew, the biggest convention centers were in, I think someone was telling me this, like either Utah or Texas or whatever. Is that like maybe the hub for these mega cons now in the future? Some sort of a mega convention that obviously Anaheim's huge too. We're all familiar with the Anaheim Convention Center. But I wonder where these conventions can kind of go. Ooh, look at us bringing that brightness up. That gold trim though, right? That gold trim. The Orlando Convention Center could handle it. Yeah. UMac Dallas last time had an entire floor of the building for Magic. That's amazing.
Boston is decently sized for packed seats.
Let's see.
Because maneuvering through the city naturally is hard and the infrastructure isn't
Oh,
good
I
for
see.
just locals, having something bigger than packed seats just wouldn't do well here.
20 largest trade show convention or centers. Where are these? McCormick Place in Chicago, 2.6 million square feet. Is that true? Chicago has the biggest one? No shit. Las Vegas Convention Center is huge too, and it's a great actually location for it. Orange County, what? Oh, in Orlando. This is the Orlando one. I see. Oh, that's really cool. That's really pretty. Georgia. Wow, it really drops off, hey? Like 2 million square feet down to like 1.4 for Georgia, and then New Orleans is 1.1 million, and then Kentucky is 1.2. Houston is 1.2. Indiana in Indianapolis. This is, I'm guessing, Gen Con, right? And Lucas Oil Stadium. This is Gen Con, right? Is this one? That's a Gen Con? Okay. So it is like half the size of the one in Chicago. San Diego is a lot smaller than I would have thought, actually, considering how big Comic-Con is. Phoenix, wait, how big is Anaheim? Colorado, where? Yeah, wait, where's Anaheim? Okay, so Anaheim is 1 million. So that is when I think of a trade show. That is the biggest convention that I've ever been to, and this is the one I think about. As the bar or the metric here is Anaheim. Boston's pretty small, it's half that. Miami's small. I mean, small relatively, right? Washington, but who didn't want to go to Washington? Nashville, that'd be fun, but it's not huge. Huntington Place and LA. Huh. Well, that's Anime Expo, right? And E3. So I thought that the people were telling me about how the Dallas and Houston and Austin convention centers were like massive, but I guess not. So Chicago would be the biggest one. So what are the conventions? What is the Chicago Comic Con? Chicago Comic Con C2E2. Oh, that's the one that people were. Okay, yeah, that just happened in early April. So that's the one that people. Oh, it's run by Fan Expo. I see. I see how this works now. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, well.
The other thing that sucks with Boston is it is in what is called the seaport. It was originally a wasteland, just sand and the water with nothing else there.
Okay.
It is now luxury apartments, shopping malls, and the harbor, but it is not ideal for visitors as it is so separated from the rest of Boston too.
I see.
It is such a pain in the ass to get down there, and it is very expensive.
Okay. Like, that's kind of maybe why, like, Anaheim is sort of, like, secretly hacking. Because, like, the convention's right there, and then fucking Disneyland's, like, right next to it. So, any, like, middle-of-the-road convention that's kind of, like, a little meh can be made better in Anaheim because of the presence of Disneyland. You want to go to some weird, like, fucking tech convention?
What's up, nerds? I'm still here
shit,
and alive.
Xander, hello.
That's kinda wild.
What's up, dude? Good to see you, Xander. Thank you for the 51 months. Holy fuck. Thank you for considering me your prime option this month. Good God, Xander. Good to see you, man. How you been? What's up, homie? Hope you've been doing well. Good God. Ancient Legacy TDC members. Let's fucking go, dude. Well, thank you for the Prime, Xander. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. But yeah, the nice thing about Anaheim is that if you want to go to some weird like tech show or whatever, and you want to drag your family along, you can always say, "Hey, you just go to Disneyland while I'm in the convention." Or if you go to BlizzCon, you make BlizzCon a whole week. That's what we used to do every year. We would go and we would make BlizzCon an endeavor. So we'd fly in on like the Tuesday or Monday, and then we'd have the Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in Anaheim, and we go to BlizzCon, or sorry, we go to like Disneyland or wherever else.
I should also say, Boston people are just rude. So,
I've
just
heard
a
that.
warning for those of you eager to come to Boston, Ivan will pep laugh.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's kind of funny. So we go in early on the week, go to Disneyland, California Adventure, hang out, go down to, Irvine, bomb around that area, maybe down further close to San Diego, just a whole bunch of cool shit like that, right? And then on Friday, Saturday, we do BlizzCon, which is awesome. Thursday night as well, sort of. And then Sunday, we do a final day in like Disneyland or wherever, or something like that, and then go home Monday morning. Yeah, it was awesome. If Anaheim didn't also have literally Disneyland, we might not have gone to BlizzCon as many years as we did. So that is kind of sick, really. Hot take regarding the one button rotation. I'm more positive about it than I am negative about it, because I think that it's going to make the game accessible to a lot of players that feel like the game is made for the top 1% of players. It's a good in between, I think, for actually like making the game balanceable, or for people to play without excluding the hardcore guilds and not just people who play the game as a job, but also the people who play the game as a job and do it in a way that people aspire to or are interested in watching. The Race of the World First, for instance, is not interesting for people if it's like that easy. So it's definitely a good thing in that regard. I worry that it would make the game too easy as far as people not wanting to learn to master the game. And you're going to have this class develop of people who are sort of like willing to play the game, people who aren't. And I'm not sure if it'll actually solve the problem, but I hope it does. I'm like somewhere in between the Asmon and the Bellular take. I'm more positive about it than like Asmongold, more negative about it than like Bellular, from what I understand from the internet. I'm seeing clips and shit. To be fair, I haven't listened to either of their full takes. I've just heard World of Warcraft players be positive or negative about those takes and what they said about them. Life is wild, engaged, new job, and looking to buy a house this year. So, well, time's good. God, man, that's Xander. That's incredible, dude. Congratulations. Holy shit. Are you back in Europe now, or where are you at? It's fucking crazy, man. Congratulations on all that. Life is wild, right? A lot can change. I think we overestimate what can happen in a month, or even 4 months, or let's say 6 months. We overestimate what can happen in 6 months sometimes. We underestimate what can happen in 12. Just like timeline things and the way our brain thinks about it. That's fucking sick, dude. Boston people are rude, that's true. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard they have a bad reputation for that, for being rude and abrasive. I'm sure anyone is... Oh, excuse me. Anyone can be caught on a good or bad day, regardless of who they are or where they're from. You know, I don't think the stereotype of Canadians being all super nice, whatever, is necessarily genuine. I've met some pretty nasty Canadians, I'm being honest. And yet we have this idea of Canadians are all polite, well-mannered. Just don't understand Ian's line of reasoning. He said it's meant for people wanting to explore the story and world, yet the open world and the quest designs never required a player to know their spec or rotation in the first place. I find it confusing. The problem is that I think that there is the... So we were actually talking about this earlier, Holston, about how you can't necessarily get proper feedback from people for D&D, and I use World of Warcraft as an example. if you go into a dungeon and you hear people say that everyone in the forums says there's two routes you can take. You can take the red route or the blue route. And everyone says the red route is better. And they all say, take the red route. It's way better. It's the only way to play the game. It's the best. You're going to be having more fun. It's better design, all these things. And the blue route is awful. Never take the blue route. It's a terrible mistake from Blizzard. It's the worst thing ever. And everyone in the forums and everyone on YouTube and everyone on Twitch all agrees the red route is better. Blizzard can go in and look and say, actually, 80% of players prefer the blue route. And they can create something based on that. And I was bringing that up in for the reason of saying that for D&D, I can't look at data on casual versus hardcore players like an MMO can. So Ian and the team is seeing something in either exit interviews from people canceling their sub, or exclusionary content, or specs having certain whatever, or obviously the add-on Hakili downloads. They're seeing that people have a craving for some sort of rotation assist. So, fair enough, I guess. I think the take that everyone kind of expects is like, well, don't just make the game like just make the game easier. Why don't you just make the game easier, more accessible? And that's reasonable, but I think it's very complicated. And I don't I'm not ready to just say that it's like a bad take or a stupid idea without kind of like trying to figure out a little bit more what that confusing rationale is. So I don't know. It doesn't really affect me, I guess. And it brings people into the game. Like I kind of don't see how the rotation assist could negatively impact the game that I play. Besides some people feeling in the hardcore sector slighted or offended to the point where they're going to quit the game. But I don't think that would really stir the pot all that much. I think people that would be offended or slighted by a rotation assist being built in the game, they're already gone. So I don't know. What about the rotation helper, just the button? Well, the button's going to have a pretty strong penalty on it. A pretty strong penalty for GCD. So it's basically like a net to catch people, so that you can never do like below 50% of your class's potential. But if you just hit the single button rotation assist, then right? It's like no one's gonna actually push the fucking one button rotation assist unless you really need to. So yeah, I don't know. Morpheus is in a focus group, right? Well, that's good, Thorkin. As someone who's considered rather hardcore, rotation assist can even the button are fine with me, right?
I will say this.
I don't know.
Bostonians will be very rude and harsh to you word-wise, but they will still go out of their way to help you out.
Yeah.
You will just get an earful for its smile.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard mixed things about that realm, Mel. The kind versus nice discussion. For the Boston, yeah. Is it like StarCraft 1 versus 2? Wait, what? How so? Ooh, wait. Can I give her some paladinly shine in her eyes? Maybe. No. I want to make sure that I give her a proper dodge through her eyes. So we're actually gonna darken them quite a bit before hitting them with that dodge. Make them all pretty. Make them all bright and glowy. I just did a very cursory pass on it so that she didn't look like she had dead eyes for the last, 5 hours of painting. Bostonians sound like Jamaicans, really? Is that a core meme in Jamaica? Is that everybody's kind but not nice? Never been. Call you dumbass, but hold the door if your hands are full. Oh, okay. Alright. Doesn't sound like my crowd. But you know what? Fair enough. Ooh, look at that blue, man. Look at how her eyes just came alive. Holy dog. That's what I'm talking about. That's the good shit right there. In one, you have to micro your units around for tiny things to get places to autopath units for you. Oh, no, it's not like that, because I think that like the difference between 1 and 2 for things like that is improved pathing is like kind of a feature, whereas the rotation assist would be more like an auto battler, where you're removing micro from your game altogether. So there's a lot of auto battlers, like there's like a Mechabellum game or whatever, where you just have to macro your economy, and as you produce units, they'll go out and fight. That's more what the rotation assist would be like. So there's a whole like you as the player, you gotta move around, you gotta like dodge the thing. There's a big thing coming that way, you dodge it. There's a big thing coming this way, you gotta get out of it, you gotta go soak this. So you're playing that game, but the actual game of like you gotta use your ability when the right timing, the buff comes up, so you use this ability, you refresh this dot, all that combat stuff would be replaced with one button. But to do that one button rotation would be like 30% less efficient than somebody doing the same rotation or more, but just doing it themselves, because you're penalized on how fast your spells will cast. So your spells will cast in an optimal way, and you'll be able to do it on a single button, but it just won't do it as well as somebody, anywhere near as well as somebody who's like actually knows how to play the game. So that's kind of more the thing. Yeah, the difference between SC1 and 2 is just improvements in AI and pathing and things like that, or the amount of units you can select being higher because the game's like more whatever. I get what you're saying, but no, it's more like the difference between StarCraft 2 and Mechabellum or an auto battler, I think. So what's up, Oda? Good to see you, man. Hello. Good to see you, bro. Holy shit. Xander and Oda on the same day, man. Ancient TDC members. Holy, you made my day, man. Good to see ya. Both good games, just different. Kind of, yeah. And there's a lot of players in the hardcore crew that are mad about this idea of a rotation assist, because they're like, you know, how dare you make the game easy for people? It's supposed to be a rewarding experience for the hardcore. The problem is the game is so hardcore for World of Warcraft. Like games always have to have a balance between a hard enough core system that keeps the deeply, you know, sort of entrenched players interested, and a soft core enough system to make new players want to get into it, or casual players want to engage with it. And Warcraft has had a bad time with that for the last couple of years, whereby hardcore players are very enthusiastic about it. They're very, you know, excited about the theory crafting and the deep conversation and all that kind of stuff that goes into it. But sort of more softcore players are a little bit disenchanted in some ways in the fact that the game is like too arcane for them to, you know, try and figure out how to play video game. And so they just leave. They just say fuck it and they just leave, because game is unsatisfying, and the balance has not been struck by World of Warcraft very well in the last couple of years. And now as the casual scene is returning to the game, because for whatever reason, Blizzard's looking to try and capitalize on that and not lose the hardcore players by, like, they don't want to make raids easier necessarily. They're making some things easier, like Mythic Plus this season is way easier. Less mechanics, less bullshit to keep you know, track of. Mythic Plus this season, I actually really wish that I had friends that were still playing, because I think Mythic Plus this season would be really fun. But with the casual crowd coming back, they're kind of trying to limit the really hardcore stuff just to being in Mythic raiding and allow the casual audience to still have fun and engage with the game in a great way. Like me playing as a casual player right now, I've never had such a high item level or had so much fun as a casual player doing world content and solo content as I have in this patch of World of Warcraft. That's why I'm playing right now. I'm not playing with a group or doing anything, but I get to increase my item level by a satisfying amount every week, even though it's not as fast or efficient as if I was doing it as part of a real group or whatever. You guys are looking even more amazing, dude. Thanks, Oda. I appreciate that, man. Thanks, bro. Why'd you think so? God damn, man. I'm humbled. I'm honored. Oh, this is gonna get messy. I think I had some misaligned colors for layers. Yeah. It'll get a little bit messy, but it'll be fine. Not messy, more just annoying. That's what it is. Ooh, she pretty. This is a good one, man. Feeling like we're almost there. We won't curse you out if you do something to deserve it. Have manners, saying good morning or whatnot, and people will help you, but goodness, they love to curse over petty things. Oh, I get that. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Mm-hmm. If you haven't had the chance, I highly recommend checking it out. It's like a JRPG with some rhythmic timing features. Wait, what is? Oh, hold on. I missed your previous message. Finished Claire Obscure yesterday. Incredible game, 10 out of 10, absolute masterpiece. Future game of the year. Also incredible level design and music. It's like a JRPG with some rhythmic timing features. Well, Thorkin, there's very few people that I will take a game recommendation from, and like think like, oh, I should give this a real shot because, you know, whatever. I get recommended to play games all the time. People tell me, bro, you gotta play this game, you gotta download that game, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. And often it's like, well, we probably just don't agree on the same kind of games that I want to play right now. But I usually, Thorkin, we are usually pretty aligned on that kind of stuff. It's called Claire Obscure. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. $64 Canadian. Wishlist. I have done the first stage of commitment to playing this game. I have wishlisted it. Similar to games you played. Baldur's Gate and Final Fantasy XIV. This is good. This is good. I like this. Does the game look like shit though? No, man, that's pretty good. Okay. It's got some good artistry to it. Okay. Okay. It's a little bit on the like rendery kind of like, you know, PS. No, I don't know. On the kind of wait, is that the hold on? Is that the Sterntide actor?
Means to disappear into nothingness.
That might be the actor for Sterntide. If that's the voice actor for Sterntide from Battle for Azeroth, then I will absolutely play this game. Game of the years by year, she erases us. This is Thorkin's Game of the Year contender. Metacritic 90, pretty good. Who's the developer? Sandfall Interactive. Who the fuck is Sandfall? New studio apparently. I know this might sound like it shouldn't matter, but it does matter. Is this a Korean, a Japanese, or an American developer, or a Chinese developer? Is this or Europe? Europe, NA, and then Korea, China, or JP. French. Ooh. Now I will say, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. Okay? That's not a good thing. We've had some French developers recently. That's been a problem. All right? If they were Eastern European, I'd trust them immediately. Okay? Western European, hit or miss. You got Larian, you also got Ubisoft, okay? That's all I'm saying. Is it's just a wider potential here. So, but ex Ubisoft, that sounds pretty good. Maybe I'll try it. Or the Gollum game coming from Germany. Oh god, yeah. There's that too. Just here to support the cool guy on screen. Oh man, this is also nice, bro. Van Bullhart. Thanks, Soul. Appreciate it, bro. So it's a team of about 30 people with some outsourcing. Really? You think I'd like it? I mean, it looks neat. Is it? Now I just here's the one question that's going to determine whether or not I take this game seriously. Can it be described? Can it be described as a Souls-like?
Hello, leader.
Mr. Pixel,
fellow
hello.
countess.
What's up, dude?
Who is this
What's
cutie
good, man?
that is being drawn?
What's good, homie? Commission. Just a little light commission work today before we get on to the adventure stuff later on. Yeah, man. How's it going, dog? Good to see you. What it is? What is up? Thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, are we in Souls-like territory? That's my wonderance about this game. No. So you're telling me that this is not a Souls-like game. Which means if I enjoy this game, the internet will think I'm a wussy little pim bitch that can't play a real video game like a real man. That I couldn't beat Dark Souls 3 if I tried, and that no amount of assistance in Elden Ring would help me clear that game because I'm too useless of a gamer to play a real game. That's what you're telling me. Is that I'd have to play through at least 4 Sekiros, 5 Ghosts of Tsushima, 7 Souls games, and Bloodborne 3 times before I've earned the right to take a vacation on an easy game like this, is what you're saying. Consider me intrigued. Consider my interest piqued, Thorkin. You had my attention. Now you have my attention again, but slightly more than last time. All right. I try it out then. I may or may not try it out. It's not too much expensive either. Like $60 Canadian. That's not bad. We all know how bad games can get in Canadian. Fucking $90. I wonder how much Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be in Canadian, or how much are Switch games going to be in Canadian? Switch 2. That's a question I haven't answered yet. Because that's the new standard for games as far as expensive video games goes, right? Is the Nintendo Switch 2? Right? How much are Nintendo Switch 2 games in Canada? They're going to be... Oh my God. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to play any released Nintendo Switch 2 titles besides maybe a Pokemon game. I don't know if I can justify $110 on a video game. I just don't know if I can. You know, I get it. People make cases for like, oh, well, games haven't gone up in so long and whatever, and you used to pay this for whatever, and you know, that's fair enough. Like games for $70 in 1990 whatever was like versus games that are, would they be like $150 today? Like, sure, I get it. The problem is everything's expensive, no one can afford a house, and everything sucks. So we got to consider the current economy. And it's not about whether or not it's a fair price based on historic inflation. I think it's about, can you make $110 work for a game? And could I buy that game twice so that Ella and I could play together? You know, can I see Ella and I buying 2 Switches 2s? Probably not, but let's say we did get 2 Switch 2s, that somebody gave us 2 Switch 2s, and all I had to do is invest in the video games. Could I buy 2 copies of that game for $220? I don't think I could. I don't think I could rationalize it. No, that sucks. It fucking sucks. So when I see a game like Expedition 33 costing 60 Canadian, I'm like, okay, that has me interested. I'm intrigued, as opposed to the whatever I was before, when God, yeah. Oh, they're streaming right now. Watch the developer play. That's cool. Hey, Metroid Prime 4. Is that the game to get? I'm not a big Metroid player. Not a big Metroid Prime player. I enjoyed the Game Boy. Last time I played one was like Zero Mission or Suit whatever Fusion or something like that. 2D versions of Prime or Metroid were good. I don't think I'm a big 3D Metroid enjoyer. Vintage Story is something I recently picked up. Has been having a blast with it. Vintage Story. I haven't heard of that before. Okay, hold on. I got too many windows out here. I need to close those shit. This game developer just wanted their market to grow up and make adult decisions. I guess, right? I guess. And enjoy Nintendo's grown-ups. The developers need a reality check on prices, but that won't happen until people refuse to buy. Well, and it will, and kind of is happening in some cases for some games and some companies. But you know, like the problem is, how do you have a game that costs like $750 million? I think the issue is that these game studios, they justify the price of their games because they say, well, development on this game was $750 million, like development plus marketing. You know, making the game was $750 million. Of course, we need to charge whatever. We need to make this much, and we need to get this much back. And we need to do all this stuff, and that's fine. Except for, I think the problem is then now the trick is not, can we charge more for our game? I think the trick in some ways becomes, how do we reduce costs? And we're seeing that, you know, there were a lot of sad stories over the last 3 years of massive layoffs across the games industry. But you're telling me Ubisoft had 20,000 people working for them? How many people developed Baldur's Gate 3? So I consider Baldur's Gate 3 to be a pretty substantial game, and they certainly didn't cost $750 million to develop it. I don't think. Could be wrong, but I mean, actually, hold on. I'm curious. How much did Baldur's Gate 3 cost to make? Budget of $100 million. So let's say they went over that by double, because that often happens. So let's say Baldur's Gate 3's $100 million budget was closer to 200 million. So a game that's 200 million versus these games like Cyberpunk and whatnot and Assassin's Creed that have like budgets of 500+ million. Sounds like a dev problem. What's up, Casey? Good to see ya. What's up, dude? Makes the question food or games way more real. It does, and that sucks because yeah, I mean, no, like I wouldn't have $220 to buy 2 copies of that game for LNI for new Nintendo Switch games. And Xbox are both increasing prices for consoles, games, and accessories. Yeah. The amount of labor that goes into the games, I've heard, making them underpaid currently, or underpriced currently. Yes, which is ridiculous. I think the problem is then these studios need to figure out how to not spend so much fucking money developing a game. That's just it. Set a budget of $100 million. Go over budget by double. You end at $200 million. Okay, great. So you're telling me we could make Baldur's Gate 3 for $200 million if we're considering double the budget? Remember, the budget was only $100 million. So we're just assuming they went over budget by $100 million. Like I'm being very generous by doubling their budget in their assumptions they went over. You know? Must cost go into CEO's pockets, removes the CEO and you win? Well, the problem is the CEO is very necessary. Like trying to, the amount of people in the world who can run a billion-dollar company is actually a pretty small amount of people. A lot of it isn't actually even the CEOs. A lot of it is the shareholders, I think. Obviously, an overpaid CEO is a meme, but I think too often when it comes to the creative like side of things, it's very easy to point at a CEO and said, why did Bobby Kotick make so much money compared to whatever? The issue is not that. I think the issue is the shareholders. Is that the CEO should be very well paid because like everything's on their shoulders. They should be insanely well compensated, unbelievably well. Now, should they make the level that they do make? Well, that's for another sort of conversation. It's fair to have, but I think the issue is shareholders, and so I think the problem is who owns the company, who are the people in charge that own the company. I wouldn't mind paying my CEO if I had a game company and my game's budget was $200 million. I could see paying the CEO $10 million. I could see that. If they're running the whole fucking company, I mean, I don't like it, but I could see it. The problem is that the game needs to not make the money back. It needs to now make such an excess that the shareholders are going to cash out on it. So, lurking and working. Hope you're well. I'm chilling, Casey. The state of the games industry is definitely depressing. I've had many friends affected by these layoffs. Yeah, and I think that I think it's going in the right direction, though. I'm actually optimistic now. I think that the bubble has sort of burst, and I think that companies are now figuring out how to adapt or die, and I think Larian's one of the companies that are leading the way. Yeah. So many huge titles lose until that one hit. Right, yeah. They're waiting for communities, pay a few more bucks, and you won't read about us laying off thousands of people right after we make a sale. Right, yeah. Plenty of people run billion-dollar industries into the ground. Actually true, right? Yeah, I mean, HoloLive's... Oh, wait. Yeah, shit. Damn it. Damn it. Shit. Fuck, I said the thing. Or you won't hear us recording support in a couple of years. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that you just need to find a studio that sort of has the right ethos, like Larian does. Publicly traded companies are beyond hope anyways, are literal incapable of making good decisions based on their financial structure. And you know what? I think that it comes down to a very difficult question. Did Mike Morhaime do the right thing selling Blizzard? If he didn't sell Blizzard, we would have never seen World of Warcraft during the good years. But if he never sold Blizzard, we also would have never had to see Overwatch League destroy Overwatch. But we also would have never seen Overwatch. And so you can't really, I think, fault people who have sold their IP or gone public in the past. I think it was the only way to do it for a long time. But I strongly believe that going forward, if you really want to make a difference and you really want to have a creative project do extremely well, I think you have to limit it in its scope and success, but never let go of your creative ownership of it. Star Wars was always extremely high quality stuff and extremely high class and extremely good. And then when did a lot of people decide that the fall happened? When it was given to a publicly traded company. When it wasn't owned by a dude. It was owned by whatever, banks, investment firms, brokerages, or whatever. So, issues less CEOs making shit, tons of CEOs making that much when a lot of their workers don't make a living wage. No, but it kind of doesn't matter though. Whether that's what I'm saying is that the difference between the disparity between the CEOs and the workers and living wage and billions and millions of dollars and bonuses and golden parachutes. What I'm trying to say is that I think that's a red herring. I think that we can look at that and say it's a problem, but I think that that's not the issue. That's not the core issue. That's an issue, but I don't think it's the reason why these things happen. I think it's the board and the investors. So that's why I'm not interested in the conversation about CEOs and livable wages and all these things with that, because I think that it's a problem. And I think it's a very easy problem to look at and poke at and say, look at this big ass problem, because it's personal. Because if you're a guy making $50,000 a year in Irvine working for Blizzard and you're like, I can't live here. Why does the CEO make $7 million a year? Why do I make 50,000? I think it's an easy thing to look at and personal, but we're trying to zoom out and look at the whole thing from an Age of Empires, tactical viewpoint. And I think that the disparity and problems with CEOs and then livable wages and things like that, I think that that's a symptom of the issue of investor boards, board of directors, firms, fiduciary responsibilities, publicly traded whatevers, And that I think that as you peel that away, then a lot of these other issues go away. So if you want your workers to make a livable wage, if you want your CEOs to make decent whatever rates, if you want all these stuff, your C-suite, team to not be like dunking on your workforce or whatever, I think that's all very good and very important to look at. But to be honest, I really think that the issue is who owns it at the end of the day, who your fiduciary responsibility is to, and how cutthroat are they, and do they care about the product or not? It's the Steve Jobs marketing versus product people. Well, who owns it? Is it a marketing person or a product person? Are any Blizzard titles that they make these games what they are almost despite anything done by the companies from the beginning? Interesting. I like Blumhouse as an example of how unnecessarily all the bloat is. FNAF made more money than the second Miss Marvel movie on 1/10 the budget. I'm not familiar with FNAF even in the slightest. Like zero, basically. No experience, never watched content of it, never watched whatever. I know the periphery of memes, but I hear that the studio is like just like that. They don't answer to anybody, they do what they want, and they make cool shit. I'm like, okay, cool, right? What I'm hearing is we need to tear it all down and start again. Yeah, that's no. I mean, I think that there's the tearing down of things is romantic and feels good, but isn't productive. I think it's a matter of ignoring it. If you want to tear something down, you're not going to do it by tearing anything down. You're going to do it by building up the places that, like, the money will go where the projects will follow the money. If the money and the interest goes to the places that are interesting, how many games have come out that I just haven't bought, Like, I think that's the way to do it. And then to reward studios like Larian. There's lots of games that I don't really care about. Like, I don't care about Oblivion. I don't give a fuck about it. I have zero desire to play Oblivion, but I'm happy to support it in whatever way I can, talk about it positively, be enthusiastic about the project, because it seems to be a good thing that they did. So reward the good, show them the bad doesn't, and I think that's the way to do it. But give me a second, I just need to grab something real quick. All right. And the whole discussion about this and how to kind of figure out how to run companies and make good creative arts and efforts like this, I think some of it comes down to, in some ways, well, what, I can tell you the way I think about it and the way I'm planning on running my company, basically. I mean, I don't have a company, but one day if I LARP like a real person, and I'll have to at some point in time, but here's the way I think is the only way to do it now. I think we've seen that the era of public funding, venture capital, those kind of things is sort of over. That any sort of exchange of capital with the forfeiture of ownership, I think is really gone for creative arts. And so here's my plan for Eldara. If my goal is to make the coolest, biggest shit, like if I want to make my Eldar MMO, I want to make an Eldar MMO that rivals. I want to make an Eldar MMO that makes you feel like the first time you ever logged into World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. That's one of my end goals from life goals, right? Big project, like maybe $1 billion project, right? An MMO is a big fucking endeavor. I mean, ideally, that's counterproductive to what we were saying, that you can make a good project without it being $1 billion. So whatever, you know what I mean? But a big video game. Let's say I want to get there, and I want to make a movie trilogy set in Eldara. I want to make my Star Wars. I want to make a thing that I can play with and make sort of like creative like projects in that feels amazing to be a fan of, to be a part of, to be a creator in, that makes me feel like being a Star Wars fan made me feel when I was younger. To make me feel like, to give other people the same feeling of what I felt when I was a Blizzard fan in 2012 or whenever it was kind of at its peak. And here's the way that I think you have to do it. So I'm making Horizon. It's my first adventure through D&D. And it's free. You can play Horizon. Anyone can play Horizon. And hopefully you like it. And if I'm worthy, if you think, hey man, that's a pretty good adventure. Like, you did a pretty good job with Horizon, man. Good work. Cool. Then what I want to do is I want to kickstart another adventure and say, dude, if you liked my adventure that I did for everybody for free, like, wow, imagine what I could do if I had funding. And I want people to say, ooh, wow, yeah, that would be pretty good. I trust Evan. He made a great adventure for free. I bet you anything that if he had the means and the funding, that he would make something pretty fantastic. So shit, I'll pay $10 to kickstart his adventure or whatever. I'll buy that shit for $20 or, you know, however much of the physical version is a digital version, whatever. And then if enough people do that, and I get basically the funding to work for 6 months on a project that does really well, and let's say on top of that, I get a couple $1,000s. Okay, well now I can make little modules, right? Little things that are like kind of products that you can pick up for $5 if they're worth it here or there, if you think they're worth it. Create a Patreon where that's all built into it or whatever. I don't know, but like you just increase, right? And then you get more funding to do something cooler. Okay, great. Well, now that I have the funding, I really have a cool idea for an indie game that I want to make. So let me go find this small studio, and say, hey, can I pay you guys $10,000 to make this indie game? Whatever. Sure. Great. And obviously I know that's not like real, but like whatever, you know what I mean, right? And then if that does well, they're like, wow, Evan, you made $30,000 off of this indie game investment. That's amazing, bro. What are you going to do with your 30 grand? Oh, geez, I don't know. Why don't I fund a comic book?
Didn't see that
right?
one coming, did you?
Take my bits as my donation for Eldara.
Well,
back to work I go.
Legitimately it is. So thank you for the support, Mr. Pixel. That's a lot of bits. Thank you for 1,000 bits, bro. I appreciate that. Have a great day at work. What the fuck? Thanks, man. And so then you make a comic book. Oh, great, Evan. Wow. Somebody hands you a big check and says, wow, you made $50,000 for your comic book. Okay, let's do it again. Make a better project, a bigger one. Great. And grow organically and worthily. And never grow beyond what people decide your project is worth. And if you're like, great, let's try and do a browser-based trading card game. Ooh, that flopped. You lost all your money on it. Whoops, guess I fucked it up. Anyway, time to start from the beginning again and try and make something people think is worthy. And I think that's the only way you can do it. And I see something kind of like in that way Critical Role does it. Right? They've sort of been doing it. They started playing D&D, and they started their show, and they made some merch, and then they made the TV show, and they made the system, and then they made the whatever, and they're growing it organically. They're crowdfunding, they're kickstarting, they're using their brand, they're using player and viewer and consumer goodwill for their product and their projects as the fuel to continue growing. And I think that's kind of the only way you can do it now in the future. I think that's like the best way. Maybe you could have some like venture capital investment here or there or style where you say something along the lines of like, hey, I've had these projects do really well. You know, if you want to invest $100,000 into this project, sure, go for it. And then you can get a return on this project, whatever. Right. But the problem is a lot of those conversations look like, sure, I'll invest my $100,000 in your project and I'm going to own 5% of all Eldara for all time. And that's over. At that point in time, nope. So you just never, ever, ever give up any creative control. Ever. And then once you do something that you build enough brand equity, then you have studios coming to you. And Instead, Larian says to me, hey, Evan, we really love Eldara, and we think that we can make a great RPG in it. Could we pay you for the licensing rights to make the Eldara CRPG? And I say, let's fucking go. You know? But you have to prove that your project is worthy of that kind of attention. And the way you prove that is by making good shit and earning the favor of your audience of people. And so right now I'm trying to... Horizon is my first attempt to earn the favor of a wider audience, to show people like, hey, here's this cool adventure. Hopefully you have fun. There's art. There's items. There's all this cool ass shit. Go have a blast. So that when I do say later in the year there's a Kickstarter for something, people can kind of say, oh yeah. Yeah, okay, the last adventure I did was pretty good. Yeah, I'd pay for that. And then there you go. And that's less commissions I take, and more Eldara I build, and less, you know, other projects, and more Realms stuff. And then eventually maybe there's an RPG that I make that is no longer using D&D or whatever. I don't know, man. Bold, you assume you won't turn money crazed for the moment you turn a big profit. Yeah, I'm absolutely confident that there's no amount of money that could make me want to give up my creative sort of goals. Money is a fuel for your creative goals. It's not an end game. If you're creative and you cash out to buy the boats and shit, like you like look, if you have some extra money, you want to do some silly shit with it, like go for it, man. Go on that vacation, buy that bag, like whatever, dude. Don't let people make me feel bad about it. But if you really cash out of something and you start withdrawing from your brand, and your brand value and your projects just for the bigger boat or whatever, you're a coward, I think, because it means that you don't have faith that you could make something better. So even if you are money grubbing and that's the only thing you want, is that you only want money, that's the only thing you think about, I still think the best thing to do is to create the most high value project for people that they want to support. Because I think that we're getting out of the era of microtransactions and bullshit, and we're sort of re-entering the era of creative importance and value. So imagine Major Dono's got some homage Easter egg NPCs instead of piece of the project or whatever. Well, yeah, I mean, so that's part of like the Kickstarter, Drexia, for Horizon, or sorry, for the next adventure. Like, let's just say that you have you're a major supporter and you want us back. There's $1,000 tier, and the $1,000 tier comes with a whole bunch of cool stuff, and it also comes with me making an NPC specific for you and giving you a side quest in the world, so that when you go to the underbelly in Grand Crest, there's a side quest available called, you know, Mr. Pixel's Crazy Adventure or whatever, and you get to, and we build a side quest for you so that you exist in like forever in the world as a part of it, as a core part of it, NPC inspired by you, a quest, whatever, something like that. But at the end of the day, you're not selling that spot to a company to advertise. You're not selling that spot to somebody who wants to do something stupid. And if Mr. Pixel wanted like a dumb fucking like unicorn racing fucking simulator, I'd say no, it's stupid. You can't do that. I wouldn't compromise the project just because someone throws a lot of money at it, right? Because it's just not worth it, you know. I've had people even say like offer or say silly things, like somebody who's supported my stream a lot. At some point in time, someone said like, "Bro, you should give that guy a world. Like, there's so many realms of Eldara. Let that guy design a world in your universe." I was like, "There's only 20 something worlds though." "Yeah, man. Let that guy design one of them." I'm like, no, there's no amount of money that could. There's no amount of money where I would give up the creative freedom for anything in Eldara. Like, truly. You can inspire a silly little NPC or whatever. Like, that's fine. You can inspire a quest, and we can work on it to make something satisfying and fun. But like, I'd never really give up creative freedom and control for anything for Eldara. There's like nothing, no possible. You know what I mean? So, buy the boats? Yeah, there you go. Sell Eldara for infinite money, then pull a D&D classic and remake a new realm of Eldara, entirely new and unique characters unrelated to Eldora. Ooh. Is that when Disney offers us the $9 billion check for Eldara? I'll just take it and then use it to develop Eldara 2.0. Yeah. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, dude. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're figuring this shit out. Do you thought something like this? Yeah, I mean, so there are people who want to support the stuff that I'm doing at a very high level and ask for nothing in return. They just want to see it come into the world. And I'm so honored and shocked that people feel that way. Like, don't get me wrong, a streamer my size shouldn't be able to stream full time like I do. I do, and I'm able to because few people say, I want to see what you got. So here's a fucking 10,000 bits or some shit for the month. Or here's a tier 3 sub or whatever. Or even somebody just watching. But like a streamer my size shouldn't be able to do what I do. And I think about that often, and it messes me up sometimes. I feel a lot of pressure to be worthy of the support. But it's pressure I willingly take on because I think that it's basically what I've always wanted, so. The trophy Bob 2 character who shows up at the moment Bob 1 has been melted to death, right? Oh no, it's Bob 2. Evan, is that you? Did you make this shit? Yeah. Aw, man. Guys,
Let's
like my
see
boat?
if that's true. Here I've bought my way in. Now send me over all the info and I'll write myself into it.
Yeah, okay.
No, what do you mean no? I've given you money.
Oh, man.
I couldn't crack him.
God damn it. Yeah, he tried. He tried. Listen, man, that was 5 USD too. That's a lot, bro. I could fucking retire off that shit for the day. Bro, we're good, man. Streets, like, that's holy shit. Holy shit. Thanks, Dark. I appreciate that, man. Thanks to the 5. Thanks, dude. Quality over quantity of support. Yeah, I guess so. But the problem is that that's unsustainable and that quantity is more sustainable. So if I could choose between like 3 $100 patrons or 100 $3 patrons, I'd choose the 100 $3 patrons. Because it's more sustainable. And I'm trying to grow. It's why I'm trying to like make the YouTube videos and like things like that to be able to like build my Patreon up as something that is something people can support and hopefully get some cool ass shit every month for their games. Some tokens, some adventure. Like the first big Patreon thing is going to be like literally just you getting the adventure. And then after that there's going to be some like tokens and other things that I'm going to do over there every month, which is going to be really rad. Hopefully people like it. I'm really hoping they like it. Because if they don't, I'm screwed, man. Okay, I think we're on the finishing touches area of this almost. Good background here. Let's do it. Thank you, Drexy. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That means a lot. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. And like, it is why I try and do silly things for wait, is she glowing? She's literally fucking glowing. God damn it. What does this glow from? God, where did this come from? Man. You know how this happened, bro. Any more phantom colors in here you want to talk about? No? Oh my god. Whoops. Okay. We might be okay. We might be okay. Maybe we can get some texture and then it'll be alright. Natural beauty, yeah. God damn dark.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay. Playing hardball.
Holy
Fair.
shit, bro.
Okay, here. Now I've bought my way in.
10?
But now I need to be the main character.
Aw, man.
What do you mean I can't be the main character?
Dark Skywalker?
I gave you monies.
Shit.
You're so greedy, you wouldn't even take my dirty money.
Shit.
Less than 3.
God damn it. I've been skamazed again. Jesus, Dark. Thank you for the 15. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Dark. That's right. Not that easy to crack. Not that easy. Everyone has their price. I mean, shit. I mean, Damn it. They know. Mods, pour Kool-Aid on the servers. Clear the browser histories. We're getting out of here. We're abandoning the office. Put some fucking texture in here and then we'll do this again. The whole time this is all being recorded, which is funny. As far as like process video goes. It's kind of nice. I actually like that. Then I wonder if we can... Ooh, it's gonna be difficult. This is gonna be dangerous. It's a little glowing white. Ooh. That effect, though. Theoretically, that could get a little bit of that on her hair, too. Just a smidge. Well, I think we might be almost good to go. I think that's about done. Let's sign it. Let's sign it and think about it. I don't want to forget to sign it, so that's why we're going to do it early. Do a nice bright gold right down here. Some people get really, like... I had somebody who I didn't want to do a project for because they said, hey, can you give me an unsigned version of your sketch or your piece? And I was like, oh yeah, what do you need an unsigned version for? Like, no, nothing. I just don't like artist signatures on my work. I don't know why I was offended. I don't know why. I was mad. Couldn't tell you. But it upset me. It bothered me, man. think I'm missing something here. What are you missing, Conk? That's just odd. The no signature one? Yeah, right? I mean, to be honest, I have such like a clear kind of like category of people that I just don't want to work with, that it's very easy when they reveal themselves. It's not even like that's like necessarily that bad of an issue. It's just, it kind of is like it's indicative of maybe other problems. Does that make sense? Other ways to ask? Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry that a little signature ruins the piece, but I think it's that little artist stamp, whatever. Paid extra to get signed copies of Magic the Gathering artwork I've liked. Exactly, right? Exactly. Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna look at this for like 5 minutes. We're gonna think about it. We're gonna let it just sit, let it breathe. I would have fed it some AI. You think that's what it was? So, I don't know. There's like this whole thing about running your art through some shit so that it doesn't get like, it's not like unusable for AI, that people are like all huge about right now, and like trying to make a case against artists that don't as being like part of the problem. I've seen them changing the colors on these pieces like quite a bit sometimes. Like it's quite different when you run your art through these things or whatever. That I don't know. I don't know if I really have an opinion on it. I don't really care that much about it. I'm not gonna go to war 2 or 4 or against it, I guess. Glaze, is that what it's called? Glaze? Yeah. I like this design, man. I like the more kind of like... So, she wanted her character more functional and less ornate. And so, kind of trying to bridge that gap a little bit, but ultimately make her look fairly functional and... more on the fighter or the, you know, soldier warrior side of the paladin line, as opposed to the, you know, glowing gilded combatant, shining example of paladinly whatever. This is a fun one. Oh, and I got some sketches that I need to send to somebody. I'm just finishing some concept work for the really big project I told you guys about. I'm so nervous to send the first approval sketches to the client, but I think they're good. I think they're done. And I think they're ready to be sent off. I'm nervous. I'm really enjoying the project and I really like who I'm working for, but I am just very, very nervous that I don't know. The pressure's on with this project, so he's very pretty, by the way. Thanks, Alf. I appreciate that, man. Thanks, bruh. Fucking ear, man. God, it's so messed up not being able to hear my voice properly when I'm speaking. Fuck. Levels are adjustable, how much it impacts your stuff visually. I just kind of feel like AI will probably find a way around it. Like, I don't think that the arms race versus AI is really one that can be won, if that makes sense. You know? Part of me sort of feels like it's not always, it's not a completely useless endeavor to try and fight back against whatever it is, but it just feels like there's like other, like adaptation is required right now, not like attempted to resistance or whatever. That makes sense? The two would do or take. Higher protection means higher visual changes, but you can still get lower changes with lower protections. Has a bunch of pixels that we don't pick up on, but AI does, so it confuses it. Right. And I just feel like there's a, is there like a, dude, is there a good AI image detector? I always kind of wanted to upload a piece that I did and see if it, because there was that one that we did that for fun that said that it was like likely AI, and it was like a sketch or whatever I just finished on stream. Let's see this one actually. Let's see what the internet thinks of this one. All right, guys, let's see if I actually made this myself. What the percentage is. It's funny when it said it was like 75%. All right, let's see. Let's see. So 1.2%. Why did it say my Eldari runes was like 70%? Just with the bright colors and shit, I would have thought it would be higher. I was getting ready to farm a clip for Keck W's. God damn, which is the one? Is it the main Eldari runes that I did? Which is the one? I think it's my main title wallpaper that I did, right? This is the one, right? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see the thing I painted. Call me Skynet. Had a ton of rim lighting to fool it? Yeah? You think that'll do it? I don't like how long it's taking to think about this. Wait, this was the one that other site said was like 70% a chance to be fucking generated. What? Does this shit even work? What did it think score? Oh, none. Generated, Sora, pick. Oh, it has all these different, like, these all like different servers. Defit. Yeah. Okay, I see. Stable. Okay, yeah. So these are all the ones that it runs it through to see if it is. Well, damn it. That's not as funny as it was the last time I did that. Let's go generate some AR to find out. Yeah, right. That's a clip. Just me going out there, just generating some shit to test the tool. And DM you AI art someone made for me if you want to test that or test the test. No, I think I mean, as curious as I am, if you want to go to that same site and try it, I don't think it'd be a good idea for me to be seen doing that, even as a test. Like people, it's like the kind of thing where it's like, even if you refer to AI or like whatever to see its potential or something, people like take it the wrong way and get fucked. They lose their fucking mind over it. So I wouldn't want to ever basically have an AI generated image on my screen to associate with my thumbnail on Twitch. Even if the context was to test the test to see how, you know, like doing it off screen or whatever is probably fine, but doing it on stream is, I guess just do it off stream. I just go download any fucking AI whatever. You're a real artist. I am a real artist. That's right. I am a real artist, guys. The website said so. Is that, what's the good website for seeing this? Like, was that even the good website for checking this? AI art detector. I was on, what's this? Hive moderation. No. I was on, was it AI? No. What was one I was on? What the fuck? Literally, what was the website I was just on? I just searched AI image detector and it's not here. Now, again, it's disappeared. Fuck. Literally, what was the website that I was just on? Well, I guess I'm too dumb. Use your history? Yeah. There it is. Thank you. All right. Oh, so it was Hive moderation. All right, let's see. Let's test the test. God, do I even want to download some? No, I don't know. This is dangerous if I even download something on my computer. Where could I easily grab something? Easily yoink some shit. Dude, I should go search for Wizards of the Coast art. Oh my god. Oh my god. I also want to find the site that like prompted the tool to say that painting was, or the tool that prompted that painting prompted to think that it was like 70% or whatever chance. I don't know. Pinterest? Oh god. Just search AI art. AI art. What's a pretty good example of something maybe a little difficult? Portrait. Oh, perfect. Oh, no, it's too small. Damn it. Open image in new tab. Save image as. You download this immediately or delete it immediately after. The AI test. Okay. Let's see what this website thinks. This is clearly generative AI. I can definitely fucking confirm. This is some trash here. So let's see what it thinks. Let's see. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, the input is likely to contain 99.9%. Does it say which one specifically? Doesn't say which one it is. Oh, it does. It says Midjourney. Interesting. Wait, so this test is actually pretty good then. I don't know where this is from, but it's 99% sure that it is generative and that it does come from Midjourney. So interesting. How does it know, man? I mean, well, there's some problems that I can see. Her collarbone doesn't like properly collarbone. Huh. Now we're just going to carefully, quickly exercise that demon from my computer. Artwork. The test. Delete. Okay, it's gone. It's Dej. Dej. Huh. Well, at least we know the test works. So, I mean, 1 or 2 examples isn't enough. It'd be interesting to try feeding like a bunch of my art to it. And a bunch of art that I know people made that looks kind of like, you know, it's got that kind of look. Because there's a way that some portrait painters paint stuff that kind of looks a little like, ooh, is this safe? Is this good? You know, how's that work? And you don't know. You know, you don't know. You assume the best, but you don't really know. So there is that, I guess. All right, I think I'm pleased with this. I think I'm overall happy with the way this piece turned out. So we're gonna save it. Yeah, I can tell what AI is. Yeah. Yeah. Not even AI knows what AI is. Yeah, wait, is that an AI tool? That's because, like, hold on. Hold on. Wait. If the morals of AI is that you're not supposed to use any AI tools at all, what if you're using an AI tool to detect whether or not something was made with an AI tool? And then past that, what about this glaze thing that Cass is mentioning that like clears your work or whatever, or makes it unable to read? Is there an AI like thing that goes over? Like is that AI that does the tool? Monka, usually it gets generative AI, but isn't it kind of like because I thought that people like didn't even want you to use like AI like chat bots for like searching shit on Google or whatever. Because like, you know, you go to Google and you search like, who the fuck is Evan Blair Art? Oh, it doesn't do the Google thing. Fuck. Wait, am I the most relevant Evan Blair now? Hold on. Evan Blair. Damn it, I'm still not the most relevant Evan Blair. Fuck. It's this musician asshole. God, he's so handsome. Does he have more followers on Instagram than I do? 13.5k? Alright, so I just need to overtake him on Instagram, then I will be the alpha, right? Then I will be the alpha. Is it biology or history? Who won the battle the battle of Napoleon? Okay, yeah, so it does this thing. So is this not okay? Are people mad about this too? Is this like a battle of Napoleon? That's also considered generative. Gray line though? Interesting. Because wasn't Google kind of always doing that? God, I don't know. Do we not use Google anymore? Do we use Bing? Bing. Is Bing a website that we can use now? Bing? Search Microsoft Bing? Who won the Battle of Napoleon? Alright, boys and girls, we can use Bing. There we go. So now we can all use Bing in case anybody wanted to know what search, what search engine to use. We're all switching to Bing it. Yeah, let me Google that for you on Bing real quick. Just do dash AI at the end. Oh, there can only be one Evan Blair Art, right? Hey man, I wish Evan Blair, the musician, all the success in the world, bro. He's my namesake. But as far as SEO goes, I will overtake him at some point in time. Yeah. I will overtake him in SEO. And because it's wrong to a decent amount and not that useful, because the first search result usually has more thorough answer if needed. Algorithms are technically AI, however, no Google has always used generative AI. Problem is in your question, what do you mean with the Battle of Napoleon, as Napoleon was not a location but a family name? Well, exactly. I'm asking Google an abstract term that an AI would have to figure out and parse out. That's what I was doing. Is I'm prompting Google to try and need to use an artificial intelligence to try and figure out a question that doesn't make sense. The kind of question that people would ask on Google all the time. People pose questions on Google like thousands of times per minute that don't make any fucking sense. And you've done it too. You know, you've been like talking to someone's been talking at you, and you end up Googling like where to is the good hot dog tastes. And you look at you hit Google and you're like, what the fuck? What did I just search? And Google's like, yeah, I know what you're trying to ask for. I knew what you were trying to ask for. So cue Thunderdome in chat. 2 Evans enter, 1 Evan leaves. Oh no, poor other Evan. Is he older than me? I want Evan Blair. Let's see. He has an IMDb. Okay, what did he do? He composed some stuff. When was he born? How old is he? Am I the elder Evan? Fuck. No, I can't figure it out. Damn it. I can't figure out if I'm the elder, even though he's still the alpha right now. I need Google to think that I'm the more important one. And that he is to be second results. Is the fish dog edible? What the fuck? Is that your Google? Call between Evan Blair Art and Evan Blair Sound when? Collab? I don't need a composer. I already have Dashto. Right? Korea AI is just slightly more advanced, flashy machine learning. Yeah, basically. Because it's wrong, a decent amount and not useful because the first search history, technically AI. Question. Yeah. My sister just made a gluten-free kosher vegan cupcake and is trying to convince me any of that. Why did your sister make one of those, Sleepy? That sounds weird. I don't know about that. All right, so we finished the project for the day. Time to do one project for the day. Time to get into some Horizon stuff. So we have the Comet Hall of Fame. That's right. Let me close that. We have a couple of tokens to do. What the fuck did I call the tokens? 2025 tokens? I hope this is it. I need to organize. Oh, I did. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Okay, good. We're good. So, as far as tokens goes, let me just make a list here again so I have a proper list typed out. So I know what I need to have ready for the adventure and ready for the longer term whatever nonsense. So we have tokens needed for Horizon. So we're gonna do beta release or beyond the beta. We'll call it full release versus the beta release. So we have a couple quests. So we have the High Crest Hamlet. Call wife, please. Okay, just a second. BRB. Give me a second. right. We good. Okay. So. Just want to make sure I know what tokens we need to prioritize. So for the beta release, we've got a couple encounters. Now, the question is, do I want to make encounters and maps for the areas, like for multiple optional encounters, or do I just want to have rules available for them? That's the question. So maybe we break this into 3 categories. Beta release, full release, and then wish list. Let's do that. So I'll need Cave Abyssals. Three different ones, I think. And then we just need the Consortium. Priest. Consortium Brute. And Consortium Brawl. The full release, we also need the Jungle Monster. And the wish list now. So there's a couple of different encounters. One of them would be Flying Danger Boys for the boat ride over and potentially in Horizon in the wilderness. Then there would be, so there's 3 wishlist encounters. One is on the way to Horizon. One is through the pathway from, where are you? In the town to like whatever side quest you're doing. I was gonna say side quest monsters. And the third one would be on the island that you go to. So jungle monsters. There we go. So I need another Cave Abyssal, and then we need 3 different Consortium dudes. Okay. So we're gonna we took that Abyssal. We have this Abyssal.
Remember, I bought my way into this, so you need to prefix each of these tokens with dark. Don't forget.
Ah,
Kappa.
yes. Okay, yes. Ah, right. How could I forget? Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks, man. Oh, and the ground effects. Oh, the ground effects. Ooh, because those are tokens still, right? That require some... Man, so there needs to be some ground effects tokens for things like the shattered crystal, and then also... Fuck, how could I forget about the ground effects? I suppose I need to fully balance the encounters first before I have a sense of what kind of ground effects and other things that are going to be done for that. So we shall leave that alone, and we're going to make our Consortium tokens from this as well. Jeez, thank you for 15 dark. That's ridiculous, man. God damn. Like, holy shit. Okay, so for the Consortium Brutes, they're gonna be a bit bigger, aren't they? They're gonna be occupying the space of a large token. But they're not necessarily going to be large. I think that's one thing that I'm also trying to do with tokens here. Is I'm trying very hard, if I can, to make them more cinematic and visually interesting. And breaking the mold a little bit on... like how to sort of like normally put tokens on a map. People really liked it when I did the 2 wide tokens for certain creatures. So I'm gonna do that again. sort of with these guys. They're going to take up a large space, but only occupy, you know, mechanically. Give them a chain or something. Or little sensor flails or something like that. I'd like to make 2 at some point in time, 2 different brutes, but I think I might have to make just 1 right now. Yeah. That nasty ass guy. Evan's chat is pay to win, is it? It kind of is, actually. I've let people get away with calling me some abhorrent things and shit talking their fucking running their mouth in the name of collecting a microtransaction from them. Sure. Now, will I let them into like an Eldara playtest? You bet your ass that I never fucking get anywhere near my game. But you know, you can run your mouth for 10,000 bits. That's fine. Yeah, hey, man. Look, everybody has a price, right? They need to seem vaguely like kind of like they're part of this religious order, so almost like they're priestly and have like vestments and armor and beautiful gilding, and in addition to just the giant nasty large mace. Their hood they hold down. Wait, why is my brush only?
Except for me, I can get in on anything I want.
Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, ooh.
Evan, right? I can join anything.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Thanks to the 5, Dark. I appreciate that. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, come on. I don't think you ever ran your mouth at me. That's fine. Probably fine. I'll check chat logs. It's probably okay. May have soft locked your Baldur's Gate 3. How did you do that? Did you do some shit in Act 2 or whatever where you're stuck and you can't get through to Act 3 or what? What'd you do, Conk? You can be very like ornate and beautiful, but kind of haunting and terrifying at the same time. So maybe we'll leave some like fleshy, bandaged. Yeah, we'll have like the big arms around the top half of the arm, just kind of bandaged up in this weird mummified wrap, and then some massive gauntlets on him. Because they are like supposed to be kind of like a weird sort of like dark church type thing that these guys are, the consortium are occupying. Maybe I should have had some like concept art for them ready before I did the token. I have a pretty clear idea what they look like though, so I'm not that worried about it. Plus if I do 2... If I do 2 of them, ooh, that's ambitious. But I could, why not? One big brute and another one. I'm holding his mace over his shoulder. God, these guys are ugly. It needs to be a readable token from a distance, though, so that's like the biggest challenge, I think. He's reaching for his mace or whatever. I need to shove it back further. Oh, that's good. I like that. Great composition, Evan. Why, thank you. You flip them for a cheap way to double your number, or is that cheat code you didn't want to redeem? Absolutely, we're redeeming that. There's going to be a flipped version of each token. Oh yeah, you have no idea, man. We're ready for all of these hacks. Yep. You can get a flipped version for an extra $3.99. Do you get anything for it? No. But, well... You'll do it with the Abyssals, I guess. That's a good way of doing it. I want the tokens to be bespoke, man. Big chunky arm bracer. Let's go, dude. They're gonna have like pretty asymmetric design, so everything will be kind of like within a design pattern, but definitely not not something that there's a set in stone idea or uniform for them. Kill the spire is gonna try to go open the gate. Wait, where? Not spider pit, but there's no way out that I can find. If this was old Baldur's Gate, I'd definitely suggest you restart your game because you probably did soft lock yourself. But I feel like new Baldur's Gate is like pretty good, right? They've kind of like solved all those problems. Does Lord Ashton get his own token? That's a wish list kind of thing, definitely in the future. Lord Ashton or any of the... Because I don't want to encourage, like, it's not part of the main story to go take down Lord Ashton. So there's not really a Lord Ashton's office kind of thing encounter. But like I'm definitely willing to if I have time. It's definitely not a priority though for the beta release. It's a deep wish list item. Just like the second version of these guys is, in a way. Those are the two big brutes. Maybe he's a bit too big. And we need our priest. Our priest is going to be... kind of whooshing backwards. I think there's a weird perspective on this guy. There's vestments and shit in there. I want to keep the staff if I can in 1 token frame, but I have to go out. I don't mind, I guess. You say you might end up in combat by some DMs that really want to push the boundaries of the adventure. No idea who this could be. Well, I think Lord Ashen's an obvious choice for somebody to try and like take down, because he is one of the antagonists. He's more of a political antagonist in the game than like an actual sort of villain you have to fight or take down. So he's not like designed that way, I guess. But, you know, having said that, I understand DMs are going to do some wacky shit. And I can't really fault them for wanting to make Lord Ashen a centerpiece of the narrative. If he's the ultimately meddling, infuriating force that Luna has to contend with, you'd kind of think that it'd be natural. Like, I think in D&D sometimes the natural like inclination of the players is to try and take down the villains, and not in a way where like Lord Ashen needs to like squeal off to his chambers and Grand Crest or whatever as a failed whatever. But instead it's like a more of a let's try and get Lord Ashton disposed of. These little flying sensors, I guess, but it doesn't really work with this staff then, does it? Maybe? How do we do this? How do we fit a lot of information here? In a very small little... So I want to have art of these guys. And then the thralls are going to be... Oh god, I think I just do 1 thrall token for them. I think they're going to be just like hooded. Gangly ass looking weird boys. Give him a like a broken spear or something like that, or a broken piece of wood, a shiv of some variety. The tattered robes. I love these tokens, man. Giant little gangly dudes. Or you don't have to be all that correct with your anatomy because it's supposed to be kind of misshapen and weird. No audio bashing head against desk. Jesus. Thanks to lurk, Azalea. Holy. Good God, man. Let's not be too into the corporate structure things, right? Isn't that what they want? The head bashing? Select. Deselect. My keyboard did the thing again. Oh god damn it. Oh, come on, man. All right. Oh, man. You know, some artists have like a silly challenge thing once in a while where you can like force them to draw with their left hand for a while or not use any hotkeys, like little channel point redemptions, right? And I always think that those are like a little silly and they're funny and whatnot, but like ultimately not great if you want to get work done. You're trying to be a productive art boy. But now we're going to enter into the 10 minutes of no hotkeys. Where I cannot use my left hand on my keyboard. My keyboard, I don't know why, but the hotkeys all reset. And so here we are. We're all in this one together, alright? Are you recording? I'm not recording these. Oh, I shouldn't stop recording for the main one. I mean, I could record the tokens. It's probably fun too, but I don't know. I don't think anyone really care about. I mean, I could be wrong. I've never done a token painting video, I guess, right? What if you could be lured down to the abyssal cave with maybe just one more abyssal left over? I would imagine Lord Ashen would be a somewhat competent combatant. Maybe? Maybe not, actually. So the thralls, these ones need to be less terrifying than the other ones. The ones pulling the cart. Because the ones pulling the cart have their hands nailed into their faces. Or nailed over, like, yeah, their hands with their faces nailed into them. Covering their eyes. Those are the ones pulling the cart. These ones are kind of like unleashed. Maybe they still have chains on them or something like that. Be good, Thorkin. That's what your microtransaction gave you? Oh, yeah, of course. That's what it did. Yep. No, no look arting for 25 minutes. No headset arting for longer. Man, I'm gonna figure out my ear, dude. I got a doctor's appointment for tomorrow, but my ear has not gotten better all week. Still can't hear out of it. Went to Costco without hearing in my left ear all that while, and it was very disorienting. Dogs could even have chains burned through their hands. That'd be cool. Like, cauterized into their flesh. Ooh. What's up, Ernesto? Good to see you, man. I like the Thrall token. He actually turned out way better than I thought. So, Cave Abyssals, do I have... Is it okay if I just reuse these two that I have here? Or do you think the Cave Abyssals need more tokens? It's probably okay if it's like 3 of the guy on top and 2 of the guy on the bottom or whatever. Both restraints and weapons. Ooh. Yeah, you can probably get by with these 2 tokens, I think. At least for now, anyway. Maybe I'll include like more for the... Oh, right, I tried to Control Z. Fuck! No hotkeys. That's right. And then if I do... I just feel like the brutes are so... They're just so something that I kind of want to do both of them, you know? Posted 2014 versus 2024 D&D 5e comparison, the Eldar development move for you. Oh, really? Oh, thanks, Nick. You gotta take a look at that shit. Is it like now that you've been through the whole thing, Nick, how comprehensive are the changes? Do you think that it's like incredibly different, or is there like now that you've kind of like become an expert at it? What's your What's your official position on it? Before we go deep on it. Where are the priests? The consortium priest artwork that I did. I have a document. Nope, it's not in quick access. I can't use that keyboard. Fuck. Alabaster Consortium. It should be in here. Astral Runes, Avarasti. Where's the Eldara concept book? Eldara concept book. Okay, well, that's... What can I use from here for this guy? This one's gonna be more... These are things are higher ranking. These are the lower ranking, like, kind of like actual priests, not the higher end. The management, as it were. It's not super different, but there are changes that make it different, like the removal of magic damage and simplified monsters stat blocks. So magic damage is just... How does magic damage work then? Like, what was the removal of magic damage like? That's one thing I don't like understand, the not just the need for, but also the mechanics of how they did that. So they removed magic damage in the name of what? Simplifying damage types to either magic and non-magic. So does Fireball do magic or non-magic damage? Like, what's, I guess, the like, is it magical attack versus magic damage in the context of a magic weapon would use? In which case, like, Fireball is just fire damage, is not magic damage. Why would they need to make these changes? Who was all, like, confused and shit about how this is supposed to work? Magic, slashing, bludgeoning, and piercing magical damage. So it's just basically... Huh. I'm so confused, man. I don't even know what he's doing half the time. Like a super obvious, like, priestly thing on this guy's necklace. Necklace, as it were. Last page sends chills to my spine. Everyone needs to prepare themselves for it. What was the last page? God. Oop, I just tried to fucking use a hotkey again. I give it another, like, minute. It probably should be okay. Yet to see. Alright. Alright, consider me intrigued. What is this shit? Sketchbook, post, thing, Embler art, development moot. Get this open in the right place here. Player's handbook. Jeez, dude. This is comprehensive. Holy fuck. Alright, what do we got here? We got multiple pages, man. Woo. Whoa. 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 Okay. Alright. Alright. We got the PHB, creating characters. We got character classes, barbarian. Ooh, okay. So the specific class-based changes. Okay. Did you make patch notes? Holy shit, Nick! You went deep on this. Warlock changes, wizard. For character origins, so no more sub-races, no more ability scores increase. The Asmar Glass Orcs are new to the PHB. Difference between 2024 and 15. Okay. Feats. There's 3 categories of feats, which are origin, general fighting style, and epic feats. Interesting. Equipment's roughly the same. Musket and pistol are new weapon. That's cool. And then you get the mastery stuff. Oh yeah, we gotta read about that. Spell, much the same. Divine Smite is a spell. What does the Divine Smite change really mean here? The Divine Smite change is more or less, do you have to spend a spell slot to Divine Smite now? Like to attempt a Divine Smite? Or how does it work now? Is it just a downgrade in the fact that you can waste your Divine Smite if you don't hit? Dungeon Masters. Okay, dude, I'm gonna go through this all really bit by bit later. You always need to use a spell slot. DM toolbox. Holy shit, man. Monster manual. We went on there. A summary. Oh, okay. All right. Listen, man. Okay. All right. Maybe okay. God damn it. Okay. That's fucking sick, dude. That's fucking sick, dude. I'm looking forward to going through all that. Holy shit. Good job, man. You went deep on that. Holy. All right. Well, I don't know what I'm doing this weekend. I'm cracking through that shit. Good God, man. That's substantial, as it were. I'd actually forgotten that Atari said something about the last page. I was like, actually distracted by the fucking... fucking Rick rolls, man. These fucking Rick rolls. I can't with this fucking Rick roll shit. I can't, dog. All right. Well, we have our tokens then. I think if we have our 2 abyssals, our 3 consortium dudes, and then we just flip the brutes. And then if I want to later, I have the time. I can do an additional brute. And if I have the time, I can do additional individual bespoke abyssals, which would be kind of nice. But for now, we'll try and finish these guys. All right. Smite in 2024 is effectively once per turn. Oh, right, because you can't, like, it's an action. It's not just when you make an attack, so you can't just Divine Smite off of fucking anything anymore. Damn it, WotC. Fun detected. Fun detected. All right, guys, I need to bounce a little bit early today. Today and tomorrow might be slightly shorter streams. I'm going to try my best to be actually on early tomorrow because I have an appointment I need to run to tomorrow, but I have something I need to actually do today as well to try and end my week from hell that I somehow smashed through last week. So, hey, we got the One Piece done, though. That's pretty nice. We got the Paladin finished, so I gotta send that off to the client and see how she likes it. But look, man... Does my keyboard work yet? It does. We're back. All right. Back just in time. Cool. Well, where's the outro? Okay, so Horizon coming out on the 9th, which is on Friday. As far as the beta release for Horizon is coming out on the 9th. It's not gonna be polished. It's not gonna be clean. It's not gonna be nice. It's not gonna be pretty. This is for the enthusiasts, the hardcore that don't mind a Google Doc. And I might format a little bit if I can. But I'm not sure if I'll get a chance to before now and then, if I'm just gonna be trying to add in some extra content and fill out the world anvil. But regardless, thank you so much for chilling with me today. I really appreciate it. Y'all are amazing. Was there announcements this week? I don't know if there's announcements this week. This summer I gotta build a schedule because I'm gonna be missing some Fridays here and there. I'll be going away a couple times for conventions with Ella, and then also we're going on one small trip to see her family again. Which is hopefully gonna be good. I hope. It's a bit of a weird one. Don't know what it is exactly. But anyway, so you guys are awesome. I'll catch you later. And until next time, my friends. Until next time. Farewell.